Okay. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
It'd help if I unmuted the site, hey?
La 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 la. Okay, it looks like I'm. Okay, it looks
Okay, we've
like
got audio from me,
that.
and we've got audio from Bryn.
Yeah, no underflows.
No, that's what I call. There is echo. Okay, yeah, thank you.
Wait. The audio stream's current bitmate is lower than the
No,
recommended.
it was Yarl. Hit 2 tabs. That'll do the echo. We've had a request from CB to make sure the mics are up good.
Okay, I think part of that bit too quiet might have been me personally.
Bass boost.
If not, I'm bringing it up now to. Okay, let's see. I am now at -10.
I mean, we're still doing better than the live mics at Congress last year. So, you know, that's a win.
Yeah, probably I should have checked a bit better. I'm just. Okay. Sorry, it's just trying to look at the mixer so it's not. After all, you're supposed to have it, if I remember correctly, proper audio should be mostly on the green, occasional dips into the yellow, don't hit red.
I heard you like ASMR.
Otherwise, it'll be brickwalled. Oh.
Are you comfy? I don't know if this is, you know, a friendly whisper or a creepy whisper, to be honest. I don't do a lot of ASMR videos.
Okay. Oh, here we go. I don't care about the gray.
Oh, lol. Jitsi think my mic is noisy because I'm whispering into it.
Yeah.
Rip.
Okay, I've made it a bit louder on my end, not by much. I've just.
I only have a mono mic, Yarl, so I'm afraid you won't get the full ASMR experience.
Okay, that's good. That looks good. Okay, moving it back to so it's just edge green on my slider. Now that should be a bit louder. I don't really want to go anything more. Okay. Let me just quickly tweak another setting. Okay, back. The sounds down a bit. About somewhere around the 10 seconds, 10 to 11, 13 seconds of delay from my end.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Let's test that.
Okay. Loud sound coming. Okay. The loud sound should be coming out at 48 minutes past 11 a.m. UTC. AKA at 48 minutes past 9. Oh yeah, and 30 seconds.
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
John, we can hear you.
Ah, excellent. Okay, well,
There's echo on your end.
Okay.
You need to. Governments of the industrial world, you weary giants of flesh and steel, I come from cyberspace, the new home of mind. On behalf of the future, I ask you of the past to leave us alone. You are not welcome among us. You have no sovereignty where we gather. We have no elected government, nor are we likely to have one, so I address you with no greater authority than that with which liberty itself always speaks. I declare the global social space we are building to be naturally independent of the tyrannies you seek to impose on us. You have no moral right to rule us, nor do you possess any methods of enforcement we have true reason to fear. Governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. You have neither solicited nor received ours. We did not invite you. You do not know us, nor do you know our world. Cyberspace does not lie within your borders. Do not think you can build it as though it were a public construction project. You cannot. It is an act of nature and it grows itself through our collective actions. You have not engaged in our great and gathering conversation, nor did you create the wealth of our marketplaces. You do not know our culture or our ethics or the unwritten codes that already provide our society more order than could be obtained by any of your impositions. You claim there are problems among us that you need to solve. You use this claim as an excuse to invade our precincts. Many of these problems don't exist. Where there are real conflicts, where there are wrongs, we will identify them and address them by our own means. We are forming our own social contract. This governance will arise according to the conditions of our world, not yours. Our world are different. Cyberspace consists of transactions, relationships, and thought itself, arrayed like a standing wave in the web of our communications. Ours is a world that is both everywhere and nowhere, but it is not where bodies live. We are creating a world that all may enter without privilege or prejudice according to race, economic power, military force, or station of birth. We are creating a world where anyone, anywhere, may express his or her beliefs, no matter how singular, without fear of being coerced into silence or conformity. Your legal concepts of property, expression, identity, movement, and context do not apply to us. They are all based on matter, and there is no matter here. Our identities have no bodies. Unlike you, we cannot obtain order by physical coercion. We believe that from ethics, enlightened self-interests, and the common will, our governance will emerge. Our identities may be distributed across many of your jurisdictions. The only law that all of our constituent cultures would generally recognize is the Golden Rule. We hope that we'll be able to build our particular solutions on that basis. We cannot accept the solutions you are attempting to impose. At this point in the declaration, there's a whole list of old references, so we'll skip those.
Yeah.
Your increasingly obsolete information industries would perpetuate themselves by proposing laws in America and elsewhere that claim to own speech itself throughout the world. These laws would declare ideas to be another industrial product no more noble than pig iron. In our world, whatever the human mind may create can be reproduced and distributed infinitely at no cost. The global conveyance of thought no longer requires your factories to accomplish. These increasingly hostile and colonial measures place us in the same position as those previous lovers of freedom and self-determination who had to reject the authorities of distant, uninformed powers. We must declare our virtual selves immune to your sovereignty, even as we continue to consent to your rule over our bodies. We will spread ourselves across the planet so that no one can arrest our thoughts. We will create a civilization of the mind in cyberspace. May it be more humane and fair than the world your governments have made before.
Okay, at least for mine, that looked good. I probably didn't see exactly the peaking at my end, but no dropouts. That's good. Mm.
Good morning, Bryn. How are you?
Fine.
Excellent.
Okay, as I said, I've tweaked a few things, and at least from what I currently see, I think the biggest change, I don't know if it's because my CPU, I was telling it to render it as a 60 frame a second video, which, while is
Right, but
cool, it might be a bit overkill.
overkill. 30 is fine.
Yeah.
That's why I lowered it. And also, and I've now got my renderer is now doing it on the CPU.
Nice. Yep. Well,
And by that I mean on the CPU's actual video rendering hardware, not my graphics card. It's not doing full CPU rendering.
The GT stream's been fine. It was just the YouTube audio yesterday that was going choppy. The video was fine. It was just the audio stream.
Yep, hopefully that should fix the audio stream. That's the idea. I should have. Hopefully it should fix the audio. I should probably be doing the old one, say, I apologize for the not so good audio. Okay. Okay.
Hello, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Am I echoing or is it good?
It's good now.
Very, very loud.
Okay, I can try to turn it down a bit. Let's see now. Okay, how's that now?
No, that's perfectly fine. I think it's just your voice. You have a very resonant voice.
Oh, well, I speak on radio and I try to give speeches and all those good things. So much as you might take it for granted, it's an art and a skill and so on. So, yeah. But
Understood. Yes.
Someone has joined the stream. You've got a light behind you. You're wearing a yellow shirt. It's very hard to see your face because there's a light directly behind you, and it's.
Yeah, I can see him too. I can't make out a face.
Gentleman in the yellow shirt, identify yourself.
I think he's muted, but that is a lovely yellow shirt.
I am Morpheus.
Ah, a pleasure to see you.
I'm going
only
to
just started this up.
So I'm going to go and put a shirt on. Sorry, guys, I'm in the singlet. All right, I'll be right back.
Morpheus, is it possible that you could close a curtain or something? It's just the direct sun is washing out your image.
We can barely see your face.
It's all right. I'm just going to close it down and just use YouTube so I can listen to what you blokes get up to.
Sure thing. And we've got a Connor.
We do. Does my mic work?
Your mic works.
Ah, perfect.
Alrighty, it's almost 10.
Okay, I should probably mute the audio and pass and get ready for actual stream. It doesn't matter, I don't need the 10-second countdown.
Day 2, commencing soon.
Mic check. Good morning, everyone. This is Pip here. Is that coming through?
Yep.
Lovely.
Loud and clear.
Okay, muting the static screen
earlier that they did have good audio.
Well, I'm not hearing anything on the stream.
Okay, well, earlier that they did have good audio.
Okay, there we go. Well, I'm not hearing anything on the stream. Okay, all right. Stream audio is good. I got it now. It was just quiet for a while, apparently. Okay.
It seems okay. There is probably about a 2-second delay or something, but yeah, it's coming through.
Okay, excellent. Okay, well, I will go ahead and make that motion then to move policy motions until after the elections have completed. So
B is reporting that he asked, is audio meant to be muted right now 2 minutes ago? So we'll just see if anything was missed.
okay, I've placed the motion there. Put your votes in chat now, please. Bryn, did you want to say something?
Yes, I do. I can tell you exactly when the audio dropped, and because it
we did
was
listen audio.
just before the actual start of the meeting when I said, after the whole bit of audio testing, and you basically just entered the call. So basically anything before switching the static screen over to the video stream was muted accidentally because I hit the wrong mute button.
Okay, well, that was fine. It was just me faffing around a bit and looking over the agenda. I'm going to give it another minute for that vote for procedural correctness' sake.
Probably 2 minutes.
So just for everyone's edification, the remaining motions to discuss are PM5, increase the proposed universal basic income to the poverty rate. PM 6A and B, remove the job guarantee policy, or remove it and replace it with a shortened version. And then policy statement 1, rent seeking and bureaucracy.
PM4 also.
PM4.
We can't figure out if we want it to be up to 10 billion or at least 10 billion.
Okay. Who was working on the amendment for that?
On the order of 10 billion.
Yeah, my suggestion from yesterday was that we not put a dollar figure on it. It should be dynamic and based on what's relevant within the economy ongoingly. So yeah, that's my 2 cents.
I miss motion bot.
Me too. Okay.
Rebuild motion bot.
That motion passes. Alex, you updating the agenda?
I never edited in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've partially updated the agenda, which is to say that I've got nominations and nominee speeches at 10:10, which it is now, as it was in the original agenda, and I've got policy motions continued, and then discussion topics shifted to XX, because we don't know exactly when it's going to be yet. Depends how long the speeches take.
Okay. Very well. Let us move on to the next item.
Okay. So that is.
So this is nominations and nominee speeches. So the order is National Council, then DRC, then PDO. Now, none of these positions are contested. However, however, it would still be good for the nominees to give a short speech about what they intend to do in the coming term. So, as I will go first as nominee, I'll re-nominate for president. In my time, in the last number of years, I've put together some changes to try and revitalize the party, and I have some more ideas I'd like to try. It hasn't been wholly successful, obviously, as our negative member growth has continued. However, I believe on the whole, what I've been doing has been better than nothing at all, and there's still some good that's happening in Australian politics and the Australian pirate movement. Now, I mentioned on forums and in Discord that part of my focus for this next year is going to be working on changing our focus to be more on advocacy than on elections. So with that in mind, we spend on average $10,000 to $15,000 per election cycle. Some cycles maybe a little bit more. That is a significant sum of money. And as Alex mentioned elsewhere, the majority of our fundraising in the years leading up to an election year is always to build up a war chest for that election. So with that large amount of money no longer going towards elections, it opens up a whole lot of interesting possibilities. The two most interesting, potentially powerful uses for that are to, in Alex's words, professionalize the party a little bit. But the way I see this is we could potentially hire someone to put in logistical work on the party. So this will this could be stuff like preparing the financial report or doing financial audits, to manage member administration, to do sysadmin work, to do graphics and multimedia, potentially to work on short films or trailers to advertise the party. And this would be on a casual or contract basis in order to fit within our budget. But we could do this in-house, or we could potentially put it out to a professional outside the party. So this would go a long way towards improving our outreach and our brand awareness. The other main use for our sudden increase in budget is that we could use it for various promotional activities, as we've never had the sort of budget for that before. So off the top of my head, some very interesting possibilities include to put up sponsorship for various community organizations. And number one on that list for me personally is community radio. And I know John August would also really support that initiative. So it could be as little as $200 or $500 to go towards a community radio organization that the party nominates to support community radio. And then that would get us, depending on the different radio and what sponsorship programs they have, that could potentially get us a huge amount of outreach and support. And obviously community radio lines up very, very closely with our party principles, where we have the open access to media and culture. It ticks that box with a very, very large, hefty tick. And we would be able to show our appreciation and support for that in a very direct way. And it would get us a large amount of exposure as well. Another very interesting option, which I'd also like to pursue, is grants for creative media. So we could do singer-songwriter competitions for startups. solo artists or indie artists. He could have a competition where the artist has to record and write a song, and it has to somehow vibe with party principles. Then it would appoint judges and panels, and you could put up a cash prize, $100, $200, $500, whatever. If we have, even if we just have a few $1,000s in savings, that means we could quite comfortably have one or two modest spends of a couple $100 every year and still come out with a very healthy budget. Now, Alex has made the comment, or rather the criticism elsewhere, that I might be a bit optimistic about our financial situation. I don't think it's optimistic at all. While he's right that with a switch over to no longer run elections means that in all likelihood we will receive less donations overall, as in previous elections we've run through with pretty much the bare minimum of everything: bare minimum of volunteers, bare minimum of funding, bare minimum of community support, but we've still managed to pull through and come off with some amazing campaigns. And so I'm not talking about going off and having a budget of $10,000 over 3 years. I don't think that's likely or feasible, given the large shift in emphasis this represents for the Pirate Party. I think it's important that it happens gradually, and so that's why I didn't come into this National Congress proposing that we undergo any major structural changes as a result of the risk of being deregistered. And I know a lot of people have been throwing around the idea of the Pirate Bureau or the Pirate Society, which was proposed a number of years ago. That's definitely a possibility. I don't want to rule it out, but I didn't come into this Congress with the plans to do that in the short term, but it's definitely on the cards. I also want to make it clear that I have no intention to disband the Pirates. I have no intention to never contest elections again. I was at a press release, a doorstop for a federal politician the other day, and without naming any names, the experience left me feeling exhausted, bewildered, dejected, depressed, exasperated at the level of incompetence and buffoonery this politician displayed. And I went away from it thinking that if this is the state of Australian politics, then even if we ran on a joke platform as an anti-politics candidates, we would still do a better job than some of the elected members in Australian Parliament or Senate. So I have every intention of, if it's feasible, contesting Australian elections again. But at this stage, it does not look immediately feasible. And there are other avenues we can use to, while not directly contest Australian elections, to influence the Australian political climate. And my position now is the same as it was when I first joined, which is that there is no other party or political movement which encapsulates what the Pirates represent. There is no signs of another party capturing what the Pirates represent politically, and that is needed in Australian politics. And so if not us, then who? Some of us have come from other parties or other political experiences or other political movements and campaigns. Some of us are familiar with the Liberal Democrats or the Greens or Labor or other small and large parties. For whatever reason, we're here now. And we're here for a reason. And let's not forget that. So in the incoming term, I would very much like your patience and support and understanding in switching away from elections. It will be a change in things. At this stage, I consider being deregistered nearly inevitable. There is a chance of a small miracle in that with one of these projects that I mentioned, if they succeed, if they manage to go ahead, that there will be a sudden massive reversal in our membership base, However, it's entirely possible or likely that won't happen. So hopefully this will represent a change. And I hope that you'll be there with me as well. Does anyone have any questions or comments they would like to make? Bryn, did you want to say something?
I merely want to. Okay, Alex has just put on stream the detail I was wanting to relay over from Morpheus. Alex has already answered, so I don't need to say anything else.
With regards to promoting the party, we could consider options such as targeted advertising. I know that's not a popular idea in the Pirates, but I think we could possibly get users of various social media platforms and specifically target people within specific demographics. And that could be a vehicle to boost our numbers. Just putting that out there.
During the election campaign, we regularly run sponsored posts on various platforms. Maybe it was ill-advised. I ran ads on Facebook personally, and the end result of that was that it attracted a lot of people from all over Queensland. We have a lot of rural conservatives up here.
So it was successful. It worked.
Well, it wasn't necessarily good publicity, is what I'm saying, but it definitely got my face in front of eyes and my name in front of eyes who could potentially vote for me.
Okay, but the members that joined as a result weren't necessarily the type of people that we're looking for. Is that what you mean?
What I'm saying is the people who my name and face, the people who saw that in those ads were not the kind of people who would probably consider joining our party. That was my point. So I think the mistake, in hindsight, the mistake was probably that Facebook doesn't allow tight enough demographic targeting. And we should consider more the platform. I think both YouTube ads and Twitch ads would have been vastly more successful. John August, do you want to speak?
Yeah, well, I am thinking however many decades ago the Pirates had a certain momentum. We did politics at elections and we made a splash publicly, and there was a cross-fertilisation between the two. And yeah, I can only remember those sorts of things. And I would rather run sort of alternates of saying, if we maintain registration, then we do that. If we don't maintain registration, then we do that. But I also make the observation that when you get away from being a political party, there are other groups in Australia pursuing civil liberties, pursuing digital rights. And, you wonder that if you move outside of politics and trying to get elected, where is our place compared to the other people doing good work in that area in Australia? And, I suppose, who knows, maybe they are struggling to get members as we would struggle to get members, I suppose. But let's just say I have mixed feelings. On the one hand, you are the president and we should sort of think about your lead or not think about your lead. I would prefer to say let's run two parallel bases of operation, one saying that we do get registration, one saying we don't get registration. Equally, to be sure, if we do run a political campaign, that does tend to be exhausting for the people concerned. And the sad thing is, if you have enough people and you have enough energy, I guess it's more uplifting for the people concerned rather than exhausting. And I think you and your running mate had a bit of fun during the election campaign in Queensland. I can't really look back and say that my campaign was fun, shall we say. And, that's a bit of a sad thing. I suspect that if you have enough positive energy, then a campaign can become fun. But yeah, I scratch my head. I think if you're a political party, you should stand for elections. That's the whole point. But it would be nice to stand for elections and not have a whole, not have a whole wreckage of exhausted people behind you at the end of that election. But anyway, look, I'll shut up now and say if you want to move forward with this advocacy idea, on the one hand, I'll try not to undermine you, but I will try to say let's maintain an eye on the possibility of running elections anyway.
Yeah, you're right that there was a trail of exhausted and wrecked volunteers after every election. And we did have some fun, but it doesn't offset the amount of stress and energy that it took. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to rule out future elections. My point is that by shifting our assumption to being that we won't contest elections unless someone is particularly enthusiastic, such as yourself, John, then we free up a huge amount of budget, but also we free up a huge amount of energy, volunteer energy and time, which can instead go towards organising advocacy and outreach to try and help the party grow.
Okay, well, fair enough. I'll make the observation that if the party deregisters, we can at least keep a watching brief and say that if we ever get the energy around these ideas, then we can re-register and go at it again. And also, if we do unregister, that means people could be both members of the pirate advocacy group and potentially a different political party, because then that sort of obviates the clash between different political parties. But anyway, I'll shut up now and leave you to either other people to say something or continue with the agenda.
I just want to comment briefly on competition between minor parties. There's always been competition, there always will be. There's a lot of cannibalism, and there have been numerous efforts to work together, but at the end of the day, it means that the only practical way to do it is to have is to put aside quite a lot of egos and to campaign for an election or a party or candidate that our volunteers might not necessarily support, to put party funds into candidates or campaigns which we might not necessarily support. That like we might support the Greens, we might support the Liberal Democrats, we might support the Science Party, we might support the Bullet Train for Sydney Party, I don't know. But at the end of the day, our members are in the Pirates for a reason and not in those other parties. Particularly when it comes to certain minor party alliances in the past, such as Glenn Drury's preference whisperer thing years ago, and other attempts have tried to form minor party coalitions between minor parties with significant major conflicts in certain points. And that's not even before you start to consider the complexities of single issue voters who will be with one party because they agree on one issue, but then there's another party who is identical except for that one issue, or nearly identical, and then suddenly single issue voters, supporters of a minor party, no longer want to support that minor party. So, and I've been open to the idea of minor party coalitions and working together, but
just to throw a comment in here, I'd be more in favour of trying to remain registered if we can. That is, if we can meet the requirements for the Electoral Commission. Just because in the past we have built up a little bit of momentum, even though things have tapered off over recent years. I think deregistering would kind of put us backwards, and if we are able to remain registered and throw a Senate candidate or two into the mix, just to remain relevant, I think that would help with the future viability. But that's just my opinion.
Bryn?
Yeah, but we could always, if necessary, but I don't know if it's possible. I'll have to check the exact rules of independent candidates in the rules of independent candidates. I think it's just all lumped at the end anyway, but
Yeah, no, it's a bad time.
it depends, because we could always run independents if nothing else.
So, in most places, if you're not a registered party, then they either have nothing in the party slot or independent in the party slot. There's no backdoor there like there is in South Australia sometimes, where you can just make up a name. Like as Dave said, my strong preference is to remain registered and to direct our efforts towards that goal.
Well, one thing I'll throw in that is quite true. When you run as an independent, you might just be grouped together with a whole bunch of others, just names in columns. Or if you get two people together and register yourself as a pair, then you'll be a pair, but it'll just be this pair of this name and that name. You will not have Pirate Party on the ballot form, and that will be rather limiting. Though who knows, maybe it would make sense to maintain registration and just run one or two Senate candidates rather than a big throng. Because I do remember, like the Secular Party, they used to do lots of things all over the place. And then last election campaign, they just had one senator in Victoria, which is a bit sad, but better than nothing, I guess.
My point is that things are now down to the wire where we can run elections or we can focus on growing the party and remaining registered. And by diverting resources away from running elections, we have a greater chance of growing the party and remaining registered. So while it's great, and while it's always been a key function of the party to run elections, they do consume a lot of resources in terms of money, volunteers, energy, burnout. And so by stepping back from that and focusing on advocacy, there's a greater chance of getting our name out there and growing the party and remaining registered. So that's why I don't want to take a position of advocating for people to join other parties. I'd like to maintain our electoral structure, which is to say, to be a full member, you must be a member of no other political parties, and you must be registered to vote in Australia. And that will mean we'll maintain our viability for future elections, and we'll be able to contest future elections if we as the party decide it's viable.
This isn't an either-or option. We can and should stick resources into party growth over the next year, and then we'll worry about, and then we can worry about election funding close to the election, and in the meantime make sure that we have a party to contest it. Like all of the things you talked about in terms of, I guess, promotion, like we can do those now, and we should do those now, with the goal of getting our numbers back up. John, deregistration hasn't fielded candidates in a while as a criteria.
So again, Alex?
I believe if you haven't endorsed a candidate in 4 years, the AEC will that's a trigger for the AEC to deregister.
Okay, fair enough. Didn't know that. That's pretty sad.
Basically, it says you've got to stand someone every election cycle.
Okay. We're still having some audio dropouts.
Just a quick question on the endorsement of people every 4
Mandrake,
years.
is there
Does that technically have
bandwidth
to be a
problem or
member of
something?
your own party? Because I recall we have in the past endorsed Scott Ludlam when we weren't standing anyone in Western.
No, this is formally like your name on like the party name under their name endorsement. It's not just like, oh yeah, you should vote for this guy. Australia doesn't have ballot fusion, which as certain places do, where multiple parties can endorse the same candidate formally.
No.
The Scott Ludlam thing doesn't work for this.
If I can butt in, I think the sentiment there was where we weren't fielding a candidate in a given state or electorate. We said, well, you can't vote for us, but hey, here's someone else you can vote for who is worthwhile. And we made an endorsement in that context that we're not fielding a candidate, but hey, this guy ain't too bad.
Yeah, this was in the context, I believe, of the 2013 federal election, and you'll note that WA famously had a mess then, and they had to rerun it back in 2014. And we did stand candidates that year. We stood Fletcher and I know her as Poet Gold, but I've forgotten her. Michelle Allen? Her
years ago.
Her IRL name. And you'll note that we did not endorse Scott Ludlam in the same way that we endorsed him the previous year because we had candidates of our own. Anyway,
I'd like to move this discussion along. Do we have any final questions or comments for my nomination or my platform for the party moving forward? My mandate for the party moving forward, I guess is the word. If not, we'll be going on to Alex's renomination as secretary.
Okay, are you going to take are you going to do the entire thing on block at the end?
For what?
There's a format for this, damn it.
Well, given
yeah, I know. There's still a format for it.
Yep. So starting orders, is it? Hang on a second. I'm trying to figure out what we're doing. Well, my point is all the nominations are uncontested, so there doesn't need to be a vote for it unless someone wants to try and block or invalidate a nomination.
Let me just do.
When I last looked at it, it seems that all positions are running uncontested. So if that's the case, then it doesn't need to go to a member vote.
No, it does not. Alrighty. Bryn, you go first.
Okay, let's switch this over. Sorry if it doesn't work. Sorry, just getting my thoughts together. As always, we encourage people to actually do run, and I do think that there should have been a reopen nomination idea for anyone uncontested. But we have what we have. Let's actually get on to Alex's next. For Alex, then. Sorry.
One thing first. Miles Whitaker, you have stood uncontested for the position of President of the Pirate Party, for the position of President of Pirate Party Australia. Do you accept this position?
I have a question. Does this mean you're acting as returning officer?
I mean, we didn't actually appoint a returning officer, which was an oversight on our part. So,
Okay.
But you know,
and every single possibility for a returning officer is also standing for re-election.
yeah. So it's kind of. Oh, I guess we could make Brandon do it.
It's a bit
Do
awkward.
we have Brandon? Actually, we can make Bryn do it. We'll make Bryn do it.
Bryn is also standing for re-election.
Bother. Okay. Who do we have?
I'm not sure we have anyone.
The correct person would be the member of the Dispute Resolution Committee who's not up for re-election this year.
And who isn't here today?
Who isn't here today.
Okay.
Who's that?
That's Mark.
Mark was here earlier. I saw him on.
Okay. Well, We'll hold off. We'll hold off on positions until. In that case, we'll hold off on these things until we get either Mark or Brandon, who isn't, or Twisty, if we can get him in.
Okay, let's move on in the meantime to the next nomination, which is you, Alex.
Alrighty. Hang on, I'll minute this as some kerfuffle
Over procedural drama.
over who is the RO. Okay, in the meantime, while we figure that out, oh, hang on, my minute's up. Okay. Righto. We've got so many things going on. Hi, I'm Alex. I am the incumbent secretary running for re-election. As I said in the previous year in my nomination speech, I'm running for secretary because, you know, I'm the incumbent. I hope I've demonstrated to at least an extent how I can do it. And if someone more qualified than me would like to be secretary, I'd happily be the deputy. No one has stepped up to challenge me, so therefore I must be doing a good job, right? Right, totally. So, you know, I've been part of this party since just before the Griffith by-election. For people who don't know me that well, the Griffith by-election, of course, was in early 2014. And then a few years later, I got involved more formally and took on the registered officer position, who's the guy who talks to the AEC. And then at the end of so that was my first year on National Council. At the end of that year, we abolished the registered officer position and folded it into the secretary. And, well, it turns out I was the only person who stood for secretary that year, so that's how I became secretary. So I don't want to, I think if we put all our efforts into planning for for post-deregistration, then that's defeatist in a way. I would rather focus our efforts, at least over the next 6 months, towards remaining registered, and then, you know, if that doesn't happen, then we'll think about what comes next. Because if we do remain registered, then it's almost time to start preparing for the next federal election. This is the party has a 3-year cycle for elections, right? You've got the election year, or, you know, the year leading up to the election. You've got the year immediately after the election, and then you've got the year in between. We're about to we're now starting the year in between. So this is the critical year where we build up the energy that we will then expend in the election year. So it's actually a really good year to have to rebuild the party in a way, because our task of bringing in a whole bunch of new enthusiastic people is exactly what we need. We need those people. My efforts in terms of changing things this year will probably be around organizational structure. So as I've said in previous years, our privacy policy basically routes every communication through me, which is kind of awkward when you're trying to connect potential volunteers over in Western Australia with candidates over in Western Australia. You know, like, it'd be so much easier if I had a clear conscience to just give their contact details to each other. And then, you know, they could sort shit out locally. So that's probably going to be, so, you know, reforming our organizational structure to a way that actually lets local groups self-organize in a way that doesn't have to route through me is probably, well, there's another topic, which
I have cleaned up a bit of memory after rebooting. I'm moving it back to the static screen. I'll do an apology again. For everyone of stream, that what happened, technical difficulties, the system that is used to mix and hence one of the middleman between these discussions and YouTube itself, among others, froze. I was just getting the systems ready to back into, so hopefully it wouldn't bulk down the stream heavily when I'm starting. As a repeat, sorry for that. Now, we will resume the meeting as soon as everyone is ready from the current break. I repeat, sorry for the technical difficulties. They have now been fixed.
I make it 2 minutes, so I'm going to quickly make a coffee.
So we've still got 2 minutes to go?
Yep.
Cool.
Okay.
Which,
Okay, bring the video back.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we're now resuming. So after the stream dropped, Alex was just finishing, and I provided some context for a question. The context was that we've had a moderate structural issue in the party for a couple of years now, about 4 years, I think, where our privacy principles and privacy protections of the party have interfered with electoral organising. The main concern here has been access to member phone numbers for volunteer coordinators, as in the past we've been restricted to emails, and not even having access to emails, but only having access to a mailing list for state-based members. And that's been severely limiting. So amending the privacy principles to enable better volunteer organising is one important thing. Another thing is that the Australian Privacy Foundation rewrote their privacy principles a number of years ago, and the then Secretary Thomas Randall was intending to rewrite our own privacy principles to be compliant with them, and also to improve access to member data for the purpose of volunteer organising. So Liam stepped in with the opinion that we can enable better access to member data for volunteering purposes and still be compliant with the new APF privacy principles. So a question to Alex was that, and Liam also linked the APF privacy principles in chat, if anyone is interested in them. So my question to Alex, but also open to the party more broadly, is in the coming year, given this has been a major structural issue ongoing for some time, would you be willing to put in some personal effort over the next 12 months to rewrite the privacy principles to fix this structural issue? And is there anyone else in the party who feels passionate enough about this to assist you with that?
I mean, if I wasn't willing to put in the time to rewrite the privacy policy, I wouldn't be raising it as an issue now. Like, you know, don't raise an issue you don't intend to fix. I would I intend to consult with Liam about it, and I hope he'll have the time and energy to help me with it. If not, well, the documentation is there. Yeah, I hope that we can resolve this much quicker than in 12 months. And, you know, we have the facility to run online votes of the membership, you know, not just at congresses. And I hope to use that facility as soon as I think it's done and worth putting to the membership. And if that's, and hopefully that will be well before 12 months from now. I think there's a saying that Simon Frew used to say, which is that pirates that drink together stay together. And I think, and you know, while COVID makes that a little bit more difficult, I believe that we will reopen eventually. And when we do, we should be looking to establish local crews again. Another interesting topic is perhaps we should, and this is one for definite discussion with the old timers, is doing elected state coordinators again.
Okay, do we have any other questions or comments for Alex's nomination for secretary?
I'll take that question, Pardis. Will my beard take up the post of deputy? Yes, I will.
Nice. Yes. Love you, Alex. You do good work. And yeah, I don't think anyone's going to contest your position at this point.
Well, I mean, the rules say they can't.
Well, yeah, that too.
Oh, yeah. I want to make one final comment. If no one steps up to at least challenge me next year, then I feel like I will have failed as secretary.
On the contrary, if people do step up to challenge you, it could be an indication that you have done something wrong.
Yeah.
But that's a more pessimistic take, so we won't go.
I want to be challenged next year. This is my goal as secretary.
At least it won't be wrong like the Lolita Express in Epstein Island. Not that kind of wrong. Sorry.
My goal as secretary is to be challenged the role next year for the right reasons.
It was a bit left field.
If I don't get challenged next year, then I will conclude that no, we are done, because you need that turnover at the top every so often.
Okay, let's move on. Now, the next nomination is John August for Treasurer. John, would you like to speak to your nomination?
Okay, there we go. People can hear me, I trust?
Yep, got you good.
Okay, all right. So I was previously deputy president, I think it's called, and previous to that, member of the National Council. And over the time, I've stood for election, I think twice as House of Representatives, one time as Senate. Have been very taken with the Pirate Party policy, particularly around intellectual property. And I've also been developing ideas in foreign policy. And if you were watching yesterday, there was a speech that I gave to some Hong Kong students at Sydney University. So that's the sort of background I have. Along the way, I also got to know Mark G quite well, and was very impressed with his thinking around economics, and I guess, to my way of thinking, the very interesting interaction where economics and ideas of personal freedom meet, because in a sense, we'd all like to think that we as individuals can express ourselves, go into business, do whatever. But in the world around us, it seems like business is actually overtaken by large business entities rather than small business entities, which is, in a sense, a betrayal of that promise. Now, the way Mark Gibbons talks about a lot of these issues, I've found quite fascinating and amazing. He's also been treasurer for quite some number of years and indicated to me that he felt like it would be really nice to do something else. And I thought that in recognition of the time that he's put in and the fact that nobody really wants to be treasurer, that I might do a year or so as treasurer and sort of hold the fort in a sense. So that's why I put myself forward. Now, Miles is telling me that Mark G was sort of online a bit earlier, so nice to think that he's still around a bit. So I guess I sort of put myself forward a bit as treasurer at the last Congress, but I was feeling a bit dilapidated and thought, well, I won't put myself forward for anything. And, a few months in, I'll perhaps put up my hand for treasurer. Then we hit our constitutional sort of quagmire, but now I've actually put myself forward as treasurer. So that's that's a bit of my history and my position. And as treasurer, I suppose the thing is to keep an eye on the dollars. Now, there's two directions we might be going in. One, which is an advocacy group, and the other is to forge elections. And I mean, I've been through the election cycle a few times. It is amazing that when an election is called, the atmosphere, the electricity just comes up and everybody gets motivated and everyone pushes forward. And perhaps that's the time that will attract donations the most. But really, if we are going to fend off an election and do it properly, then really you have to have your planning, well out in advance of the day we even expect the election to be called. And that is very hard and challenging. And I do know when the election is called, it's easy to get yourself motivated. The challenge is to get yourself motivated in the lead up to that. But having said that, if our next election campaign is just one Senate candidate is more, or well, you need 2 Senate candidates to make a go of it, but 2 Senate candidates in one state that's more of a placeholding thing without a serious campaign, well, that can be done somewhat more easily. And there's something you've got to be careful there is that you might attract volunteers in the expectation that the lead candidate will be putting lots of energy in. And if they don't, we want to be sure that there won't be, frustrated communication. But anyway, that's my sort of statement about being treasurer. I could say a lot more generally about the party, but I'll leave that for the party process itself. Thank you. Why has everyone gone silent? Is there an internet dropout or something?
No, you're on. I agree. My preference is to remain registered and, as you said, just run token Senate positions each election, just so that we stay on the radar and remain relevant. And hopefully we can build up momentum over the coming years.
Well, I suppose my more general comment, everyone can make general comments. I don't know what it was 10 or 15 years ago when the pirates were definitely on the radar, but I can but say there's a lot of things wrong in our world, and you've got to focus on the problems that are caused by government overreach, privacy, intellectual property, that gamut of things, and have them resonate with the community. And I know that happened 10 or 15 years ago. I don't know why it's not happening now. But, there's the whole, Julian Assange and related issues. There's a lot of issues that you can actually make use of, but, whether you can synthesize them and actually have the general public or even the media pay attention to you, I don't know what the missing ingredient is. I know the party was on the radar 10 or 15 years ago. I don't know why that was, and I don't know what's changed.
I just want to briefly comment. My mic was muted before and I was trying to comment. That's why I was silent. But I want to say, John, this is the place to talk about the future of the party. And while it's important to talk about what you'd like to do as treasurer, it's also, I think, a really good space for you to talk to the party about where you think the party is going and how you want to influence that or be involved in that. So please feel free to discuss that if you'd like to.
All right. Well, one of the things I think that our party may have an opportunity for is foreign policy. If you heard the speech that I've given to the Hong Kong students, I think that's a very interesting way of saying, look, just because we dislike China doesn't mean we automatically go to the US. We can see hypocrisy in China. We can see hypocrisy in the US. We can see hypocrisy in Australian foreign policy. And we can maybe sell that message in a way that resonates with the community. I will not deny that the Greens have had interesting foreign policy positions at times, but they also struggle to find traction. And whether we are able to find traction, maybe there will be something there. I would also suggest that the issue of intellectual property and corporate overreach and the right to repair and that whole gamut of issues may well do something. Now, someone says, some people do find IP sexy. I'm trying to change that. I do plan to give a speech at the Sydney Mechanics School of Arts, hopefully in a month or so. And so that would be an option. But I do think foreign policy, whistleblowers, Assange, government surveillance. Now, on the one hand, these things are issues. They're things that you can find as problems, but then again, other problems are: do I have a job? What's the quality of health service? What's the future for my children like? There are a whole lot of gamut of issues which are, I guess, the mainstream time of party debate. Another area where I think we can be a bit nuanced is to say that the Liberal Party claims to be the party of small business, but they listen to the big end of town. The Labor Party is blinded by the unions and a sort of an anti-business approach, while we have a nuanced approach to business that derives from an endorsement of personal freedom, and that we can actually, as it were, cut the Gordian knot and have a nuanced economic position. Of course, you have to have that nuanced economic position. You have to sell it. That's a challenge. And I suppose as far as the Greens go, as far as digital liberties and the right to privacy, they have caved in to the government. And, there's maybe a way of pushing back against the Greens there. But yes, you want to try to have a niche, and the Pirate Party does have a niche, but whether you can communicate that and articulate remains to be seen. Now, I would like to think that I'm giving decent speeches on these topics. Whether that gets traction with the broader community remains to be seen. I can but say, at times, I give speeches and I see people nod and I see that I'm connecting. Now, I'd love to think that maybe I could do that in the future and actually develop a bit of a wave. That would be lovely if that happened. I don't want to be too selfish. I hope that other people can do that too. But that is my idea of options. We have to say the party has a platform that is different, that basically solves problems, important problems that are out there. We feel these problems are important. Please get on board and either empathise with us, vote for us, or recognise the significance of these problems. Somehow we have to tell that story. We were able to tell it well 10 or 15 years ago, and hopefully we can tell a good story again. There you go. There's me with my minute. I'll leave it at that anyway. Better get on to the agenda and other comments.
Thank you, John. Just to comment on that, I entirely agree that the Pirate Party Australia, we are in a unique position. We're left-leaning economically, but we're libertarian. So that places us in a unique bracket, I guess. Like we do not align with most left-wing parties at all. We're sort of somewhere in the middle in terms of being or supporting government control and regulation at the same time as the freedom of the individual. So I think we do have a unique platform, and our policies set us apart from most other parties.
Okay, do we have any other questions for John August for his nomination for Treasurer? I'm just going to give it a couple of minutes for Discord chat to catch up.
There's no comments from online that I've seen. Okay, let's move on to the next nomination. So we have 3 nominations for the 3 positions of councillor, and 2 of these nominations are actually not new members, but new nominations for National Council. This will be their first time on. So whereas Dave is a returning councillor and veteran member. So I'd actually like to do things slightly out of order and invite Dave to speak first as a returning councillor. Would you like to speak for your nomination, Dave? Sure, no worries. Yeah, well, I kind of landed on this by default last year just because we were lacking support and numbers. I've been a long-time member. I joined the Pirate Party before we were officially registered with the AEC, so I'm a founding member, and I've helped out with 2 previous elections in the past. haven't been all that active aside from this past year. I've been acting as councillor, but I'd be more than happy for others to contest a Nancy position. But in absence of that, I'm happy to continue helping where I can. By way of my personal position, the libertarian side is probably the biggest thing. That's what attracted me to the Pirates in the first place. Civil liberties and the right to personal freedom, personal anonymity, and online access, digital freedom, I guess. So that's been a big part of it. Economically, I'm left-leaning, as I said earlier. I certainly do not identify with the mainstream left today because they are too authoritarian, and I don't think that a totalitarian state is going to be good for anyone. So yeah, that's me. Miles, I can't hear you. You're muted.
There we go. Just waiting to see if there's any questions or comments from Discord.
All right, briefly. I guess I'll be talking about this in my own bit in a little while, but I honestly don't know how we could characterize the left as being more authoritarian than the right-wing parties right now. That particular characterization doesn't sit well with me. A lot of right-wing parties do talk the talk there, but I feel they most certainly do not walk the walk in regards to what they have actually done in terms of things like, well, Brandis's right to be a bigot and so forth. I mean, in much the same way that we recognise that an unregulated free market is undesirable, while there should be free speech, there are always going to be some limits to those free speech, such as not yelling fire in a crowded theatre and so forth. So
I do agree with that sentiment, but I guess to clarify my position, I have a problem with the idea of criminalising the use of words or symbols because they are entirely based on context. If you use a particular word or a symbol to attack or defame somebody, then yes, I support that being criminal, but I don't believe in just a blanket banning of words or symbols themselves, because
I'd agree with you there. I don't think any parties have actually said that those things outright need to be criminalized, apart from ones that are explicitly and will always be hate, where you would need very specific context, such as educational context, to make it okay. So I'd have no problem, for instance, banning the Nazi flag or banning the US Confederate flag outside of educational context.
Okay, yes. Well, I kind of agree, but at the same time, yeah, you brought up a pertinent example, the swastika. That was a symbol long before the German Nationalist Party.
No, it wasn't. The manji goes the other direction.
No. You look at Buddhists. Buddhists have,
it goes the other direction.
No, the Hindus had
the symbol in the Buddhist one goes in the other direction. I lived in Japan. Trust me, I know what the Buddhist symbol is.
Point is, you could ban the specific Nazi flag without banning like.
And yes, that's exactly.
That's my issue right there. It's all about context. I don't believe that words or symbols themselves should ever be criminalized. Their use, if they're used to attack somebody or to defame a position or standing, yes, that's fine. But the blanket criminalization of words or symbols I don't believe should ever be criminal
No.
in and of themselves.
I would largely agree with you there. I would not I would say it's only such symbols where, because of how they have been used, there can no longer be a context outside of educational where it is no longer offensive, where they should be banned. So yes, the Nazi flag should be banned. That has gone to the point where it can't be used in a non-offensive context outside of education. Again, Confederate flag, same deal. But other things, yes, it's the context that has to be considered. Though, again, this is government banning, and private platforms are free to do whatever they so wish.
If I can jump in here, this appears to have come down
kind of.
Dave, if I could just interrupt. I think this is turning into a policy debate, and it's starting to get off topic.
Yeah, agree.
I'll stop.
No, that's fine. It's these are good debates to have, and they can be very useful and productive. Potentially not at this time, though. Now, I just want to, as president and chair, I'd like to use my prerogative to comment briefly with my own opinion, which is that I believe the party must always look to balance these two positions. And in particular, I said this last night, when it comes to the question of censorship, I believe there is a sliding scale in terms of what speech is appropriate versus inappropriate, and that we must be aware of censorship and authoritarian activities from both the left and right wing of Australian politics and politics more broadly. So I am okay with individuals wanting to focus on one or the censorship from the right or the left, but we must be aware that there's a constant risk from both areas of politics. Now, do we have any final questions for Dave Kennedy and his nomination for National Councillor? Let's kind of give it a moment, see if anything happening. A little bit of typing on Discord.
Well, not to start a policy debate. But what specifically, policy-wise, do you think needs to be the focus of the party over the next few years? I mean, we started with IP as our big thing, and over time, our policy platform has evolved. How do you personally see it evolving over the next few years?
I first got on board due to our libertarianism and our left-leaning economic policies. So it was a twofold factor. I was an activist in Brisbane with civil liberties and protests surrounding the rights of the individual and the right to privacy and those sorts of things. So over the next few years, I would hope that if we remain registered, that we could continue to contest seats in the Senate, and perhaps in a decade or so, we may grow to the point of something like the Greens Party, which it took them 20, 30 years to gain a position in an actual voice in Parliament, and I think we're still in early days, politically speaking. But that's what I would hope to achieve, is to get some seats in the Senate and to support the rights of freedom, combined with left-leaning economic policies, that is basic humanitarian rights. Does that cover your question?
Largely. So from what I get, that your focus is probably more on the civil rights side and where we should be going with that, rather than on the economic rights side.
I'm left leaning. Technically, I'm classed as a centrist these days.
So no, I just mean like in terms of which areas of policy you see us focusing a bit more on in the near future.
Yeah, well, I would say that those would be my 2 points. The the left-leaning economic policy in terms of supporting individuals, supporting industries that are failing under capitalism, and then on the other side, supporting the rights of the individual to freedom in their lifestyles, their behaviour, their ability to express their opinions and share their ideas. I don't think those things should be criminal. Any more questions? Any more questions, or can we move on? No?
I think it's good.
It's looking like we're good. So let's move on to the next nomination. So Fred Garner, are you in chat? And would you like to speak to your nomination?
Do we have a Fred? We have a Fred. He's given us a wave, but do we have an audio from a Fred?
Yeah, we can't hear any sound from you, Fred. You're muted? I see it.
Fred's not muted in Jitsi, but you know.
He was muted in Jitsi. No, there's still no sound though. No, we've still got no sound from you, Fred. I'm pretty sure we heard you talk yesterday. You said something.
Headphones. We'll come back to Fred if we have to.
Okay. Fred, you keep trying. We'll come back to you. So do we have a Philip Richards in chat?
That'd be me.
Hello. So you're nominating for National Councillor this year.
Yep.
This will be your first time on the council. Would you like to speak a little bit about why you're nominating, what you think qualifies you, and what you'd like to do with the party or for the party?
I think I'm generally just going to say I'm here to join the oligarchy of the motivated. So, yeah. I don't know. I just feel like, in general, the party, I find it hard to disagree with any particular policies that we have, which is very rare because I typically believe that if you can't disagree with something, there's probably an issue. And if you can't agree with something, to a certain extent, there's probably an issue. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes. But anyway, I'm not great at selling myself. I'm okay with selling policy, but if questions are great, if you got any.
So I have a question.
Yes.
What particular policy areas motivate you the most?
Policy areas that motivate me most? I would say it's rather common these days. I am probably slightly more motivated economically. Not necessarily for any other reason. I think that most of our social issues are almost there. Like, the classic war on drugs thing is not quite there, and there are other little issues like that. But I think most of our social issues are kind of on their way to solving themselves. So I'm not overly concerned in that area, but economic issues, they seem to could use a lot of work. I would say that.
Okay, cool. Do you have any ideas for projects, or are there any projects you're interested in working on with the National Council of the next year?
I am going to say, I'm up in that department. I do always have ideas. Like I was mentioning yesterday about getting people to actually, explain our policies in a video format to make them more easily digestible. Stuff like that. I don't know how well I'd be doing. I'm not the greatest speaker. Yeah. Sorry, not very wordy.
That's later. It'll be great to have you on the team.
No problems.
And it's always good to have new members come forward and keen to help. Okay, looks like we haven't got any more questions coming. I'll just give it a moment if anyone else has anything they want to ask.
Nothing from online. Sorry.
Yeah.
Phil, I know you've alluded to some of your more interesting opinions on how you think our basic income and land value tax policies could be done, but I think I'll.
Yeah,
I won't bring this up now.
Yeah, I think actually they work well together, really well. It's actually something, those two particular policies have been on my mind for like a decade now. So this is kind of like, I guess you could say like a kismet thing with the party. So yeah. Anyway, I think some other people are probably wanting to speak. Looks like we got Fred back.
All right. Excellent, thanks.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Speak up.
Oh, geez. All right. Bye, people. Hi, Fred.
Hello. I'm Fred. Yeah, my story. I'm fairly new. There's going to be a quiz after this, and the one that picks the accent correctly will get a gingerbread cookie or something like that. I recently became Australian and are enrolled to vote and all of that. I have previously not been involved in politics at all. I've had my opinions, and I could fairly say that I've been a pirate all my life. Why I'm putting my hand up for this now is basically I would like to get more involved, because I've come to realize that the state of Australian politics and basically world leadership is help is needed, and I hope to make a dent in the universe, and that's why I have the opinion that we shouldn't deregister. We should perhaps try to get as many people to realize that there's a pirate inside them that wants to get out. And professionally, I work in software development and quality insurance. I break shit. And what I hope to be involved more practically is perhaps I've been having my eye on the website, and think that there might be some stuff I could be involved in there practically, because I enjoy coding, React, stuff like that. So
do I have the plan? Fred, I have use for you.
What was that, Miles? I missed that. A comment on React. Okay.
Yeah. Well, you choose your tool, right? So if you want to shovel shit, you choose a shovel.
Use a hammer.
And that comes to perhaps one of my things I'm constantly working on is that English is my second language. So when I don't find the correct word, I make up one, and it usually have an F in the beginning. So
that's how language evolves.
so I don't hope I hope I don't offend anybody. So yeah, and privately I've been volunteering in the FCS for some time. I had to stop because we had a little daughter, so I had to switch from volunteering gardening work to parenting stuff. So, but pretty much my driving force is to try to make the place I live a little bit better each day. So, and most days I succeed in that, but not every. When it comes to policies and the things I really are interested in is the UBI. I think that's the key to almost everything. But yeah, I realize that there's more to have opinions about the immigration, detention, and all of that. And education is very close to heart, and what separates the Pirates Party to what attracts me to the Pirate Party is the fact that we actually have an opinion, and we bring up questions regarding the digital realm that includes privacy, security, freedom, and the chance for everybody to create their own fate and have a say about their destiny. So yeah, that's probably my 50 cents.
Would you, I have a question. Would you be more interested in contributing to the technical back end of the party, working with the website, doing sysadmin, possibly even helping with the internal elections working group or software projects? Or are you interested in doing some front-facing work, such as working on press releases, doing policy development, that kind of thing?
I'm interested in both, but knowing that I'm probably not the most strongest coder, probably. Yeah, well, and yeah, direct answer is I would like to have a say in both. So I'm very interested in forming policies and arguing my piece, and that actually brings me back to one of my newest interests is that the coaching and the human development, the NLP bit. So I've taken a course in neuralistic programming, linguistic programming. So I love coaching myself, my little daughter, and the programmers where I work. So I like the human psyche kind of bit as well.
That's pretty interesting. Well, we've just been having a raging debate in Discord over where your accent is from. So would you be interested, given that English is your second language, would you be interested and open to doing some international outreach or some possibly some migrant outreach here in Australia, either working with migrant groups here in Australia from your cultural background, or working with international groups from your cultural background?
Yes. And do we have any? I closed Discord because I think it was stealing my mic the last time.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna get online again here.
Bryn, did you want to say something?
I was just suggesting to Fred, maybe he's pushed to talk or something. But depends on what you're using to actually stream on, I suppose.
Yeah. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Yeah. Good. Bugger. We have a correct guess, I think. Should we reveal it?
Well, I don't think we have any more questions coming. There's none from here in the stream. So yes, please. Everyone is demanding answers.
Well,
Not just pictures of Spider-Man.
you're quite close actually, because the Admiral Williams is probably gonna win, I think. Hang on.
Right.
Oh, bloody hell! No.
Somewhere in China. Okay.
No.
No?
I think. Oh, bugger! I'm scrolling. Well, I'm Swedish.
Oh, cool. Yes, we've
Nice.
one of our former party presidents moved to Sweden and is working there as a software developer.
So, one in, one out.
Where the pirates actually held a seat in Parliament. That was
Yes.
nice. Yeah.
Yes, I remember that day very vividly. Yeah. So, yeah, it's been a good thing. We actually, my first software job was in the same building where the pirate, the torrent source started. So yeah.
TPB.
But it wasn't me. So yeah, I'm all right.
That's all right. Yeah, I need to tunnel through Canada these days to get to the Pirate Bay because almost all the mirrors are blocked here in Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a way if you use your VPN to get to Lithuania, one of the Baltic states, you're good to go.
Yeah, William has said has given more detailed things now.
Very cool. Okay.
In which he will claim you as Norwegian.
Be careful around William. He's a pirate nationalist. He believes in Scandinavian unity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's shall
we move on?
That is the last national council position. So now we move on to the officers. Let's do the policy development officer first. So Pip, I can see you're in Discord. Are you here with us on the stream?
Yes, I am. Can you all hear me all right?
Can hear you good.
Loud and clear.
Great. Okay, well, g'day everyone. My name's Pip Farraker. I'm nominating for the Policy Development Officer position. So what I'll do is I'll just have a quick chat about my professional background, as I'm new to most of you, and then maybe go through in a little detail why I think I'll do a good job in the role and sort of where I see it contributing to the PPAU's goal overall for the coming period. So nearly all my working life, I've been a public servant, and I've been pretty heavily involved in either the creation of or the application of policies at both the state and federal level. And most of that work around policy development, policy application in those roles has been held under the auspice of the various public service acts that public servants are employed by here in Australia. And that means that there was a lot of the consideration and the decision making was held to the same kinds of standards that very strongly align with how we do things in the Pirate Party. So evidence-based wherever possible, justifiable, transparent, unbiased, appellable. a lot of my decisions were appealed through various legal mechanisms, like the AAT and some court cases, and have generally found to be were generally found to have been correct. So I've got a bit of a track record there. Some of my professional work has been based around income tax and superannuation law, public and subsidised housing, especially around housing affordability policy here in Victoria, and community housing with the Department of Health and Human Services, and also some work in the regulation of the building industry, which, as I discovered through my time working with them, is spectacularly corrupt and certainly a very interesting place to hang out from a policy perspective. So most of that work has been done either with me writing or implementing the policy itself, or over the last sort of 5 or 6 years as either a project or a program manager for bigger pieces of work. So while I have some experience in drafting policy myself, a lot of the stuff I've been doing recently has been more focused on sort of corralling the opinions of experts and what I would call like the policy wonks or the technocrats, and then putting their work together in a way that's more palatable to a wide range of stakeholders, including people who don't necessarily have a formal background in urban density planning and that kind of stuff. So trying to translate from engineering to management and then back again. In addition to that, for anyone who knows about it, I was also a Magic the Gathering judge at an international level for about a decade. So I have a lot of experience in corralling highly opinionated nerds and then getting them to eventually agree on something. I've been sort of loosely associated with the Pirate Party since it was formed. Because I was working mostly in the federal government, my actual contribution has been pretty limited. I know when Thomas Randall ran in, I think it was 2013, we basically flipped a coin as to who was going to stand. And then while the coin was in the air, I realized that I would have had to resign from my role in order to be able to run for election. So I kind of caught it and said, no, actually, hang on, we both have jobs, but yours doesn't require you to quit. So I'm now working for Australia's third most evil bank, doing some data governance, which means that I now have a little bit of free time to help out, which is why I'm volunteering for this role. When it comes to thinking about sort of what the role feels like it's going to require and how I can contribute, I suppose it comes down to, in my mind, time, energy, and coordination. I'm confident that most of you are aware of that classic internet kind of phenomenon, or that ratio if you've got 100 lurkers to 10 contributors to 1 instigator. If an instigator is someone who posts something up on a forum, or who drives a significant amount of the discussion, or to some of Alex's earlier points, he does a lot of the administration and the boring behind the scenes stuff to go, I'm going to set up this call, I want you guys to be on the line and contribute. I'm generally happy to put my neck out on the line and to draft things up, and then have other people tell me why I'm wrong, as long as they do so in a reasonably polite fashion. So I kind of see the role as obviously taking direction from the National Council, but particularly and looking at just even how we've been dealing with this over the course of the Congress. Certainly some effort on my part in terms of both instigating and coordinating the policy discussions, and then perhaps a little bit of moderation, driving those inputs through to maybe more robust, more detailed, or slightly more accessible policies that we can then use to carry the PPAU forward in good strength. I have, or in having given consideration to this role, I've sort of started chatting with some of my professional network that I've built up over the last couple of years, in terms of reaching out to people and saying, hey, do you know about the Pirate Party? Have you seen our policies? Would you be interested in perhaps using some of your expertise away from work to contribute to some of these, or to be able to give us some professional input? So started to give that some thought there. So the only other thing that I wanted to point out is that when it comes to the vast majority of our policies, I am sort of broadly in favour. I don't have any strongly detailed technical positions on the policies that we do have. And so I would see the role being not so much as an advocate for adopting a flavour of policy, so much as a moderator and a collator of the opinions of the members that we have, and then making sure that we get to a point where we can get to at least reasonable consensus, which I recognize is basically just putting a sign on my back saying "kick me," but that's what I think the role is likely to entail. So with that, happy to take questions. I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
I've got a number of questions. I'll start off with an easy one. Back in 2016, the National Congress was held in Hobart.
Mm.
I flew down for that one. We might have actually met. Did you make it that year?
No, I am one of the people who either got spam filtered out or missed a lot of communication from the Pirate Party over the last couple of years. I believe I actually found out about the Congress after it had been held, and 2016. Yeah, I think it was either after I was held or I was still actually moving back down to Tasmania. I spent a few months up on the mainland. Around that time doing some contract work. So I don't think we've met in person as yet. But funnily enough, Thomas Randall and I actually went to high school and college together. We hung out on any number of nerdy pursuits, including the sound and lighting crew for many years. So we go back a fair way.
Yeah, so that's a constant thing that's been coming up again and again, that people aren't getting emails, and emails is the only way we can communicate with members. So it's a nice little, an unpleasant little reminder, actually, that we've got some work to do in the internal policy space there. I've got another question, but there's a question from the Discord, which you might like to take next. Dave, do you want to read it out from Admiral Williams?
It's not prefixed with question. Our international pirates welcome to join the D&D game. Is that the one, or?
The one before that.
Sorry, let me just scroll up here. Sorry, which comment are you referring to?
Okay, I found it in Discord. The question from Admiral William: how would I rate Maze's End deck in Modern? For those that this answer is only relevant to fellow Magic the Gathering players. It's an abomination. Maze's End is a card of sadness and silliness. Admittedly, I did make the national championships playing a Battle of Wits deck back in the day, so I actually can't hold a moral high ground because I am, a fan of silly decks in their own right. I'm not a big fan of Maze's End. So, sorry if that's one of your favorites.
I can't help but think of the South Park episode where they had chickens playing Magic the Gathering.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. No. I saw that episode and I came close to pissing myself laughing the entire way through. It was brilliant.
Absolute gold. Yep.
Painfully on point.
I've got a sliver deck I've been working on for the last few years, which is shaping up nicely.
Excellent. It's good flavors. I feel like the overlap between Magic the Gathering players and Pirate Party members is probably reasonably high. So.
Okay, well, we had a question from Bryn there. Mandrake, did you still want to ask your question?
It was actually more. It was more just saying to take over Satch's thing because he couldn't find it. Saying, "I've got the question. I'll read it out."
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay.
That's all.
Actually, so as in relation to the conversation about D&D, I actually worked for Wizards of the Coast, which is a company that makes both Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons now for several years after the end of my judging period. So I got to hang out with the people who work on D&D full time. Embarrassingly, I've only ever played one meaningful session or one meaningful campaign of D&D, which ended in my ignominious death. About 3 sessions in. So okay at policy, terrible at rolling dice.
I've got a question about policy next. You say you'd like to work on collating and pulling together policies from various members, but you also mentioned something about, I think you said you didn't want to provide an overall flavor. Was that right?
Well, yeah. So I suppose what I was saying is that I don't have very strongly held technical opinions on most of our policies. So if someone come up to me and said, I have some technical opinions about some of the stuff in relation to tax, tax and kind of, the stuff that we do touching on housing affordability. But if someone said, you know, how do you want to improve, or let's say we wanted to flesh out our animal welfare policy, for example, I would be coming in with an open mind. I don't, you know, like the stuff that we have sounds good, but I wouldn't be saying, yes, we should focus on banning beak trimming over cosmetics testing, for example.
Okay, so my question is, this isn't part of the actual role of the PDO, but there's a large, I guess, workload to do with policy. It's in the area of policy writing, which is a regular role, and the responsibility for this workload usually falls on the National Council as the active members. But every so often, a bill will be submitted before the before Parliament, which will be very relevant to our policy or interest areas, and so we'll be called on to analyse the bill and to either prepare a submission on it, which we've done numerous times in the past, and potentially put out a press release on it as well. So this isn't part of the responsibility of a PDO, but it is in the area of policy writing, and it is quite an important role for the party. Would you be interested in contributing in that area as well?
Yeah, I would be very happy to. And I suppose I didn't mean to sound too presumptuous, but I had kind of assumed that there would be at least some of the grunt work I would be able to assist with in that kind of circumstance.
Yeah, well, as a volunteer organisation, we don't force anyone to do anything. The only things we're required to, well, the minimum things that people are required to do for their roles don't always get done. Quite often, don't get done. So, as much as you're willing to do, we're probably not going to tell you to slow down. But in the policy development area, we obviously have a fairly developed policy platform. It's been developed for a number of years. It's not perfect. There will always be more work to do to update it, keep it relevant, and to improve on areas. However, there is a ongoing, whereas policies are obviously only presented and approved or rejected at National Congress every year, there's an ongoing need, reliably several times per year, sometimes several times per month, to review upcoming bills and to write submissions or to prepare press releases on them, which is a major workload. It is quite a lot of effort, and obviously you need a very high level of reading comprehension. You have to obviously be able to read and understand legalese and so on and so forth, which is obviously something not everyone is good at, and even those who are capable of doing it, it is a huge amount of effort. So if you're willing to help out in that area, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, to give you an idea, I have drafted the current policy that governs the registration of all building practitioners in Victoria, which is a $77 billion industry at the moment. So I can read legalese, I can read bureaucratese, I can speak it a little. I'm not a lawyer by any stretch of the imagination, but you know, if there's something with subparagraphs, I can usually untangle that back out into reasonably plain English as part of my day role. So I'm very happy to help out with that. In terms of the workload, I suppose when I was thinking about nominating for the position, I was kind of saying, okay, you know, I work at a bank. Sometimes they have some pretty outrageous demands on my time, as you know, as expected. But I'm sort of willing to say, you know, about 5 hours a week on average is kind of the workload or the volunteer effort that I could put in, and certainly happy to put in a hard weekend or two as needs be, you know, on occasion. So if that sounds within the realm of possibility or the realm of reasonableness, then yeah, count me in, and I'll definitely speak up if I'm getting overwhelmed or not going to be able to make a commitment.
Fantastic. So my next question, anyone who wants to put any questions forward, please feel free to do so. My next question is in relation to pirate policies. So you mentioned you've worked on public policy in the area of housing affordability. What do you see as the interplay between our specific policy for a UBI, the current campaign to raise Centrelink and then keep Centrelink at this raised rate after coronavirus, and the connection to housing affordability in Australia or Victoria specifically? Yeah,
so there's an interesting one. So it's not actually public at the moment, but it's only one FOI request away. So DELP is the government agency that handles that handles projects relating to housing affordability, and the team that I was sort of helping manage that were working on that have a graph where one axis is actual impact on housing affordability, and the other graph is political achievability or likelihood to actually pass. And the two are, it's almost a random scatter graph. There's a negative correlation between the things that would have an actual impact on, from their policy understanding on housing affordability and what is actually likely to get passed. So the big ones are a modification to CGT rules and then the quarantining of negative gearing to housing relating income would both be things that in the people who work in that field, they say these are the things that would have the biggest impact, and also these are the things that are the least likely to get through the current sort of political environment that we have. So I suppose my instinct would be to go and get that document and then to say, okay, cool, where are the things that we're outlining in our policy statements or in our policy approach, and how do these map up with these things that people have already put a fair amount of fairly rigorous math into trying to work out modeling. I am personally hugely in favor of UBI as an overall concept. I am still agnostic as to the exact mechanism that we have. I like the one that we proposed, but if someone wanted to, if someone came up and said, I am an Andrew Yang equivalent, but I want it to do it with this slightly different flavor, then I would say, okay, cool, let's take your $1 billion donation and run heavily with that and see how we go. Did you want me to get into the weeds a bit more, or does that kind of give you an impression of where I am? Where my thinking is at the moment?
No, that's good to cover that. So, Dave, we've got a question from Discord here. If you'd like to read
that. Sure. I guess it's this one. If it's questions related to housing affordability, what would be your opinion on land value tax and its ability to drive down land prices? If this is the time to ask this.
Yeah. So it's an interesting question. I hadn't put a lot of personal thought into land value tax. It seems on its face to be a really sensible approach, and I suppose it ties in both with my own personal philosophy and also I think kind of the Pirate Party's philosophy on how we as a society manage wealth and our collective assets. I think it would be best or most effectively tied in with other tax reforms. It doesn't strike me as being something that is a silver bullet so much as maybe a hail of bullets that you have to fire at this fairly wicked problem in order to overcome the sort of the entrenched positions, and the fact that as far as I can see, any meaningful changes to housing affordability are going to piss off a bunch of people who have a lot more money than most other people in Australia, generally speaking. So it would require a pretty well thought out campaign or approach to be able to get that over the line, unless we're luckily in the situation where we had a legislative majority.
Good. No, thank you for that.
I've got another question, which you may decline to answer, but you've mentioned you've worked with... So I'm just trying to cast my mind back. You worked with an organisation that did some stuff with housing affordability. So can I ask what your opinion is on the Australian Building and Construction Commission, the CFMEU, and unionism more generally?
Big fan of unions. I was assisted in not getting my ass fired in the first week of my job at the tax office when I was 16 by virtue of having signed up to the union on day one. I am so massively pro-union. I don't know enough about the other elements of that question to be able to be confident in my answer, I suppose. There's definitely a tension and an interplay between an industry that makes a vast amount of money and is responsible for a lot of what we perceive as, the economic growth and the economic development as in Australia, and those environments are always going to, I think, become corrupted in much the same way that the banking industry is always going to become corrupted without significant regulation. So the challenges there, I think, are broadly about balancing the need to make sure that traditionally blue-collar workers are able to negotiate effectively for their pay and conditions, versus the need for people to have safely constructed and well-constructed housing. One of the things that I was pretty heavily involved with during my time dealing with the Victorian building industry was the flammable cladding issue, and trying to sort out the government's response to that, where, to cut a long story short, what essentially happened was we said, okay, cool, builders in Australia go nuts, and by going nuts, they were like, cool, we will get this cheap and highly flammable stuff from overseas, kind of dodgily from China, and now there are a bunch of buildings in Victoria, including, ironically, one of the Delp buildings, that are literal death traps, because someone went for some building equipment that was 35 cents per square meter rather than 60 cents per square meter. So it was kind of a bit of a non-answer, but I'm very, very firm on not holding opinions about things that I don't actually know much about. If that makes sense.
That's a good answer for a politician. Okay, I've got one final question about policy. Do you have an opinion on on the connection between housing affordability, the housing investment, and renters, and the environmental impacts from land clearing to do with development?
So I haven't, look, to be honest, I haven't really thought about it in terms of the environmental impacts on land clearing. One of the experts that I was really lucky to hear talk about housing development in Australia came to Melbourne, actually, as part of the Plan Melbourne program, which is kind of the vision on how Melbourne is going to be developed out to 2050. And she was from an expert from a university in America, and spoke very strongly about the kind of weirdness that Australians have in our approach to planning and urban density, where we're so attached to this idea of single dwelling houses that we sprawl out and then create a economic burden on people who, generally speaking, the further out you are from a city, the cheaper the housing is going to be. But then you have a whole lot of lifestyle disbenefits, because you're commuting 2 hours each way to get to work. You have the stresses from that kind of thing, and their position, and the position that we were kind of trying to adopt at Delp, was saying we should collectively aim for more medium density housing. So thinking like in a lot of places in Europe, closer to transport hubs, aiming for more 3 to 4 story buildings that and more apartments that can house people closer to the city, and without needing to free up any of the real estate that we've put aside for green wedges or for untouched natural bushland. So I think that is a very sensible and value-adding, policy position for most of the major cities, especially in the eastern seaboard in Australia, to adopt, because I had to commute from Sydney to Penrith for work a couple of years ago, and that was 2.5 hours on the train each way. That nearly killed me. I can't imagine doing that in the long run.
I actually grew up in Penrith. I lived there when I was very, very young, and I remember the trains. I found them throughout Sydney. Yeah,
it's not
the trains.
Yeah, not something you want to do.
So this raises an interesting follow-up question from me. Are you familiar with the Nightingale housing model, and do you have any interest in sustainable housing models such as Nightingale, which are medium density, but also employ concepts such as energy efficiency or energy neutrality, inbuilt gardens, and co-op farms, and the like?
Yeah, so I'm kind of I'm only tangentially familiar with the Nightingale building policy. I think the closest thing we had to it that I'm familiar with is kind of what's called a salt and pepper approach to housing development, where you say, okay, I'm going to release this block of land, or I'm going to approve this apartment to be built, but 10% of the people within it need to 10% of it needs to be public housing, so you don't just get it kind of tries to avoid the formation of ghettos. You say you can have a nice swanky building in the middle of next to a park or something, but then 10% of the inhabitants are going to be public housing recipients, so that there's a kind of a mix there. When it comes to the more sort of environmentally sustainable, I think Nightingale is also big on kind of like not carbon neutral, but like reduced energy consumption. I'm strongly for those things from a matter of policy. One of the projects that I was involved in that's still ongoing, it's actually really interesting in Melbourne, is in experiments with the implementation of making green walls and green roofing mandatory or as part of the housing code for newly developed environments, both to cool the city and also because there's a lot of evidence that suggests that you can get a lot of benefits in terms of energy saving and basically improved quality of people's lives by having more greenery in their visual spaces around town as well.
Just checking if I'm okay. I'm not muted. I could keep asking questions about policy for hours. Yep. So let's start to bring this to a close here. It doesn't look like there's any final questions for you from Discord or from Jitsi. Very excited to have you on board, and it'll be an interesting term ahead, I can see. So
Delighted to be here. Thank you.
Okay, so the final nominations are for the positions of Dispute Resolution Committee. So I'll give a brief summary of the responsibilities of the DRC before we go into it. The DRC is essentially the party's emergency just-in-case body, where if things go horribly, terribly bad, then things go to the DRC to try and resolve it. So typically this is for internal member disputes, but there's also some leeway in the party structure for the DRC to step in if everything else in the party shuts down. For example, the National Council disappears and goes AWOL. So in a good year, the DRC will do nothing and receive no emails and have no meetings and may as well have never existed. So the DRC is a very good, has always been seen as a very good way for new members to get involved in internal party administration if they're a little bit unsure about how they can contribute. But it's also a good way for members who are semi-retired and are looking at still being involved and contributing, but don't really want a hefty workload or a public-facing position, so on and so forth. So both applications for the DRC are returning members. Liam, would you like to speak first?
Sure. So, I mean, most of the old timers should know me. I've been around since before the formal registration of the party. I organised some of the earliest meetings in Brisbane. Not the earliest. There was a group before our ones that were meeting at South Bank, but I think they only met once or twice and then were never seen or heard from again. But yeah, so I've been around since the very early days. For most of the last decade, I was working on my PhD, which very much limited my ability to actually contribute to the party. And over that time, I've also become involved in civil society bodies. So I am a current board member of the Australian Privacy Foundation, as well as the head of their technical committee. I was, for a time, a board member of Electronic Frontiers Australia, and for a short amount of time was the secretary of Electronic Frontiers Australia. And I have maintained very strong and close connections with a number of people in those and other civil society bodies, with activists, and with journalists. I haven't been quite as active this year, but I have done a couple of interviews this year for ABC Radio and so forth in regards to privacy issues. I mean, when I joined the party, we were practically a single issue party around intellectual property, but we have, of course, expanded since then. And while I do at times quibble over specific implementations of some of our ideals, most notably in the recent past being the issues over 18C, I would say that I am firmly committed to our core ideals. I mean, I feel that core elements of our platform are explicitly social justice issues, such as protection of civil liberties, prohibition of racial discrimination, and our policies with regards to marriage. While they were not there at the formation of the party, they were embraced by our party very early in our life, and our commitment to civil liberties and social justice has only increased over time. So, given my involvement with civil society organizations, I do have potential concerns over conflict of interest if I was to be involved in the party in anything beyond an advisory position or as part of the dispute resolution committee. And at the same time, the fact that I am essentially semi-retired from the party, on the outer from a lot of the discussions, does help for a position like the dispute resolution committee, where I need to basically be able to act with strict impartiality. So, I mean, in the early days, as I said, I was the Queensland State Coordinator. I stood for the party in the 2013 elections as a Senate candidate, which will unfortunately never happen again because I since found out that I'm technically a UK citizen as well, and I need to properly renounce that, but I can't renounce it until I've actually got a UK passport, and it's a pain in the ass. Anyway, so probably not standing for the party in any time soon, but I do want to find ways that I can contribute directly or through my knowledge as a activist and marketing and consumer behavior academic. And my research is literally into consumer privacy, so it's an area that I feel I can actively contribute when we need to make changes to our policy in regards to that issue. And it's one where there shouldn't at least be any conflict of interest, because obviously as a member of the Privacy Foundation, I should be promoting privacy policies to any party.
Thanks, Liam. Just a note from Discord from John. He's noting that we were scheduled to take lunch from now. On another note, at some point this afternoon, I'd like to discuss our reactions, response, and future planning in light of the whole COVID-19 thing, because the political landscape has changed. We're looking at an economic depression that's going to last for the next decade, and I think it's probably worth taking a bit of time to discuss the ramifications and our strategy for. I don't want to say capitalizing on it, but how we can best tailor our policies to make the best of a bad situation.
Yes,
I guess. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of what the thrust of my earlier questioning to you was about, because I do see that in the current situation with COVID, while obviously civil liberties policies are very important to me, and I feel that they are going to be a make or break deal for a lot of potential members, I see most likely short-term growth coming from the focus on the economic issues, because in a situation like this where many people are out of work, afraid that they're going to be able to put a roof over their heads, And you don't really have the luxury to think about civil liberties when you're worried that you won't be able to feed yourself next week. So while we should never forget civil liberties, our advertising is probably going to focus more on the economic issues for the short to medium term.
Yep. Yeah, no, I think we should put that on the agenda for this afternoon. I guess is now a good time to motion that we break for lunch.
Oh,
and
if we can, before, given that we were throwing geek cred around earlier, I should probably also mention. Okay, I've been playing D&D since it was D&D. That is
before
AD&D.
Yeah.
Before AD&D, D&D.
Pre-A.
Yeah, I have the black box somewhere there. I've got some mostly second edition books, but I've got some first edition books back there as well. Also, I'm a former state champion for the Pokemon TCG, but more famously, I own Bulbapedia, the Pokemon wiki. So yeah,
Oh, wow.
I have a lot of experience at wrangling very opinionated nerds.
Nice.
Which hopefully I will never have to use because nothing like you said, in a good period of time for the DRC, nothing comes to us.
Okay.
I'd like to race through this and finish it because we're so close, and the DRC nominations should have been very short. I'm going to put a procedural motion that we finish that we hear Mandrak's nomination quickly and then race through all the nominations. However, Twisty, who is going to be our returning officer, has now gone AFK. So what I'm going to do is put a motion to.
Do we have a Brandon?
We'll find out. What I'm going to do is put a motion to delay lunch until
I don't know if we'll get Twisty back.
Nominations.
Calza.
Motion for a 5-minute break, please. I need the bathroom again.
Yeah, we may need to go till 5 p.m. today because we've still got all of that policy discussion as well.
Okay, voting is now opened for a 5-minute break. I'll leave the vote for a little bit longer. Okay, I'm going to the vote there, so that passes. We're now on 5-minute break. We're going to come back at 1:45, starting now. Thank you very much, and see you all shortly.
Thank you. See you soon.
previously a member of the Pirate Party. I can't remember if he's still a member, or
I
don't know if he's still a member, but he was a member at one point.
This quick question, Liam. You may want to repeat because as soon as Miles announced, I switched to static. So it's now re-enabled. Just repeat.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that, like responding to what Admiral Williams said in the Discord, that it's fair to say that PPAU must have the most geek celebrities, geek cred among any party. I was just saying there's even more geek cred that hasn't come up before, because I'm not sure how many of you remember the ABC TV show, The New Inventors, but one of the hosts of that show, or I should say one of the people on the panel, is, or at least was, last I knew, a PPAU member.
Hey, Liam, does Bulbapedia have ads on it?
Yes.
We should work something out there.
I'd have to point you to the ad networks.
Yes, but
that's possible. We work together in the with the Enthusiast Gaming Network. So, like, we basically run the same ads as websites like Destructoid and The Escapist.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, I can link you to the advertising page that they have.
I'm always interested in advertising to specific, shall we say, fandom-based demographics. At some point, I want to run a legalized fanfic campaign.
If you want to do that, I can see if I still have contacts with AO3. I'd have to look. I don't know if they're still.
Okay. I shall return.
Sorry, I just crashed there for a second. Not sure what happened. Pardus, do not get me started on shipping. Shipping has changed a lot since the days when I was involved in the well, I should say the popularization of idiosyncratic ship names. It has indeed.
Okay, I'm back.
Anyway, I need to go grab lunch myself, so I shall be back.
Pardus, we do not ship Miles and Alex.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? Hello, hello.
Yes, Miles, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yep,
So
loud and
that's
clear.
that's time. Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back.
Don't think we've got a Mandrake right now.
No, I was there.
Okay, get there.
Okay, stream's back.
It's
Excellent.
just my current my visuals frozen.
Stream seems to be working for me. All right, so we're now back from the 5-minute break. I'm going to put forward a motion that we hold the nominations now and then hold lunch later. If you vote aye, we'll finish the last nomination. If you vote nay, we'll break for lunch and then hear the nominations.
Well, I think we should hear from Bryn now and then go to lunch, and we could also hold a procedural motion to reopen nominations for the deputy roles closing at, shall we say, 3:30 p.m.
Let's put the agenda as a particular motion first.
Yeah,
that sounds reasonable.
So to be clear, what your motion is that we hear Bryn's nomination now and then go to lunch.
Yep.
As opposed to going to lunch and then hearing Bryn's nomination.
So we have a suggestion that we temporarily suspend standing orders in order to allow last-minute nominations for electable positions in the party. Normally, there is required to be there's a 3-day timeout.
No, that's for policy motions. Nominations just have to be in by the start of day 2.
Yes. However, yeah. So normally the nominations for electable positions will have closed by the start of today. However, we have in previous Congresses temporarily suspended standing orders to allow nominations on the floor. And I'm considering putting a motion to do so again this year. If anyone wants to make a last-minute nomination for any electable positions. So that's the only thing that will change. We'd still ask that you put in an entry into the nominations wiki page and that you also present your nomination. And that would be, and we could potentially do that after lunch.
I'd want to get through the policy.
Or after, sure, yeah. After motions after lunch. So I'm going to, I think I'll put a motion for that after this motion closes and to allow any last minute nominations. I'm going to give this current motion another 30 seconds.
that.
Give me
Okay.
one. I'm just
Can
writing.
you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah, go shoot.
you.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good.
I have a question for Miles.
Yep.
How many keyboards do you kill a week?
Ask me what my typing speed is.
Like that. Yeah.
Razor for the win.
I got one of these. Have you seen it?
Oh,
All right. It looks like a broken keyboard.
Yeah, it's,
Go make one.
like,
I know. I can see. Yeah. One for each hand.
like ultimate hacking keyboard or whatever it's called.
Of course. Yeah.
So I type like a.
Okay, that motion passes. However, before we go into the nominations, I'm going to put another procedural motion. So this is to suspend such of the standing orders in order to allow nominations for elected positions on the floor. This has been done in previous years. The situation is not desperate. We do have a very healthy quorum of nominations, and everyone seemed fairly enthusiastic. So it's looking quite promising. However, as always, it's always good to encourage participation and make it as easy as possible. It's your votes now.
What was Aurelia shipping? What's the shipping? What was the shipping? Aurelia.
Mandrake, I think you're hot micing. Okay, I'm going to give it another 20 seconds for that vote. Okay, that motion passes. All right, Mandrake, would you like to speak to your nomination?
Certainly. Okay, yep, certainly. Sorry for that. Hi, I'm Bryn, and I am planning on continuing on with the DRC for the next year. Or next 2 years. Yeah, next 2 years. Unfortunately, compared to Liam, who did say he was impartial, I might have been a little. I do consider myself a bit too close. Hence, I'll probably need to use more notes, possibly leaning on Liam a bit to try and others to try and make sure I don't get my thoughts are too ingrained inside the thing. Though, at least with me, because I have been observing at least a lot more of the party operations, possibly due to kickstarting whatever last year, earlier, yeah. My vision is to help keep the party running, possibly just currently bureaucratic rolling position. again, I'm not exactly the good speaker. You may need to try and ask questions to pull stuff out. Should probably do that. Oh, I should actually put my name up there, shouldn't I?
Okay, do we have any questions for Mandrake's nomination?
Oops.
Mandrake is also the tech wizard who's handling the live stream at the moment with the live updates.
Hence why a bit slow and all that.
That's okay. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, just give it a moment for Discord to catch up.
Okay, well, there's my lunch.
Yeah, I echo John's comment. Good on you for stepping up. We've needed it.
Thank you. Again, last bit is, well, it's lunchtime and I was just getting my...
Okay. Let's close the nominations then. So thank you very much everyone who's applied. And what we'll do is we're going to finalize them after lunch when our returning officer comes online. We hope. So thanks very much. And I believe we've already voted to go on lunch.
We've voted to have lunch after Bryn, yes.
But I think we still need to vote to actually go to lunch, to adjourn for lunch. So I'll place that now.
Procedural motion. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Motion has been launched. Place your votes.
What time are we adjourning meeting again? Sorry.
That will be it's now 1 o'clock, so we'll be returning at 2 o'clock.
1 hour.
I recommend against that. We've got a lot of stuff still to get through. If we come back at 2, then we should go till 5.
Well, it's too late. We're already voting, Alex.
Okay. Well, I'm announcing my intention to put a procedural motion when we come back to lunch to extend the closing time of Congress until 5.
Okay. I think, Dave, I think you're hot micing again.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Okay, that's been about a minute and a half. Let's close voting there. That passes. Unanimous. I'll see you guys at lunch in 1 hour, and then we'll probably be running a little overtime. But I'll see you guys at lunch.
See you soon.
For those that are watching the stream, I've just temporarily put the audio back on to discuss about beer.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I've had at least, actually, no, I think I've had one or two occasionally. As I said, the brewery is off the main Port Adelaide areas, but it is in Port Adelaide area, if you cared.
Yeah, I haven't actually visited them yet, but there's
a beer garden and a bar the last time I went, among other silly things.
there's a few. There's a few good breweries down here that I want to visit, but so far I haven't. But Bryn, you're more than welcome to come over for beers and a movie if you like later.
Yeah, I might have an event that I may be continuing on elsewhere back home anyway. But
okay. Yep. But yeah, we really should catch up. Like we haven't, I haven't seen you since last year's Congress.
Yeah, and possibly when we also do, we should probably start organising, trying to
Meetups.
work out anyone that's actually in it to the unis, so we could actually get some students to start as well.
we should hit O Week next year in Adelaide Uni. Yes. I think that's a really good ground for recruiting new pirates.
Also, equivalence with UniSA and Flinders.
Yes. All the campuses down here. There's one not far from me here.
Yeah, I know. Mawson Lakes.
Yeah. So
I know where I know where you're referring to, and that would
you know where I
live. Yeah, no shite.
Para Hills, yes.
But let's just leave there.
I think we're 5 minutes off opening again. Is that right? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I should probably not put that last part on then. It was just in case any of these others talking about the beer discussion.
Like beer, really? I mean, you know.
but I'll take a brief moment because we still need to. I'm still hoping that. That one of our possible returning officers will be here.
Okay. What's happening? What's happening?
Hang on, Mandrake. We're just waiting for, hopefully, Twisty to come on. We return.
When I change browsers, my video's not coming through.
Hang on, Mandrake.
Someone playing instrumental Texan explosions in the sky style, melodic post rock. What are we listening to?
We Lost the Sea by Gallant Gentleman.
Ah, very good.
It sounds like most of the pop music on the radio.
Yeah.
I was thinking it sounded very Friday Night Lights, explosions in the sky era to mid 2000s. But if this is what pop is these days, I'm going to have to start listening to the radio again.
This is not modern pop.
It's all auto tune and four bar drum loops.
Excellent.
I'm just briefing Brandon on his responsibilities. We'll be returning shortly.
It'd help if I actually turn my microphone on, hey?
Hello.
It does help.
I was saying all these things. Anyway, yes. I owe JedB a formal apology because I didn't check sufficiently that IRC back to Discord was working, which will be relevant. We've acquired a second John A.
I don't think
whoever's playing the music, please turn it off.
Yep, sorry. Okay. Well, Alex, do you want to brief Twisty then, and we'll hold off for a bit?
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to just ask for everyone's indulgence for a little bit longer. We're still just briefing the returning officer on finalizing the elections for electable party positions.
Yeah, Pip, I set my server up as a VPN and then realized, hang on, this is a stupid idea. I host my website on the same server.
That's fantastic.
So now I don't have a VPN, just a VPS. secret is to not have a sense of shame. Okay, Twisty needs a link for live stream. That we can do. William, I'm using stock Ubuntu 20.04. Well, almost stock Ubuntu. I think I've got a couple of things going on with the menu bar. And of course, I've got a custom Chrome thing. The stretch it is good. Well said, Liam. If everyone uses VPNs, then no one sticks out for using a VPN. Oh yeah, that's a thing to look into. The relative legality of geo-blocking.
Actually, that's a point that will be relevant to you, Alex, with regards to advertising. It is impossible to geo-target advertising to people if they are hiding the country from which they come from, with VPNs and so forth. Most websites are convinced that I come from Japan.
Just on that, it's something that I've looked into, and legally speaking, we can't promote the use of facilities like VPNs to mitigate geo-blocking and that sort of thing. That said, although it remains technically illegal, it's not something that is being currently prosecuted. Hundreds of thousands of Australians use VPNs to bypass these restrictions, and so far they haven't prosecuted anyone.
We are a political party. We can campaign to change the law, and in our campaign to change the law, we can point out how hundreds of thousands of Australians are breaking the law for this purpose, and no one is prosecuting them for it. So it's a stupid law and not enforced anyway.
I totally agree, but it's not something that we can promote as part of our campaign literature, so to speak.
We can't mention that people are we can't merely mention that people are doing it.
Well, we can mention people are doing it. We can't encourage them to do it.
Yes, right, Liam. Yes.
So we will word it very carefully.
It occurs to me that it could easily be compared to time shifting. The fact that it was technically illegal to record those programs off TV onto our VHS tapes when we were young.
But until 2006, wasn't it?
There was a law that, you're right. Way back then, there was a law passed for VHS.
Shall we actually restart?
Okay. Yep.
Has the returning officer been briefed?
Twisty? I think Twisty's still getting up on the stream.
Just a final comment on that. Although VHS copying was legalized, they were never passed on to digital media. So even though you're allowed to copy VHS cassettes, you're not allowed to copy DVDs, apparently.
That was something that was originally like part of the original IP platform of the Pirate Party, that we needed platform neutral terminology for these laws because it's stupid that like it is now legal for VHS because they explicitly legalized that, but like
not for DVDs. Yeah,
is it technically legal for me to rip my CDs to MP3s right now?
Technically not. No, it's a crime, but it's a crime that goes unprosecuted for the most part, unless you're like selling thousands of copies in the street.
Shall we resume from lunch formally?
Let's.
Yes, motion to resume. Yep.
We don't need a motion. We can just come back, and
It's after the time we said we would be back.
Technically,
Yep,
I've raised the stream since for 10 minutes ago. Away from
Formally resuming from lunch at 14:11.
All right. So the first order of business is to finish the elections for electable positions in the party. So given that all of the nominations were uncontested, it is now up to the returning officer to the only thing left to do is for the returning officer to finalize that by asking each of the candidates if they accept the position.
Apparently, we have bad sound coming out on the stream.
All I can see on the stream is someone stepping on me. Thanks, Dave.
The GT stream's fine. The YouTube might have some glitches.
Okay.
So now listening to the stream, it seems okay on my end.
So
yeah, I'm now listening to the YouTube. It seems fine.
Okay, so we're just waiting for. So the only thing to do is just get Twisty to ask each of the candidates if they accept the position uncontested. Miles first. Yep.
I'll read out what Twisty has just posted in the chat. Miles Whitaker, you have nominated for president. You have nominated uncontested. Do you accept this position?
Yes, I do. I accept this position.
I've just realized I had the Jitsi muted, probably while Miles was responding to that. XP. I accept. Miles, I assume you said that you accept?
Yep, I did say that, Alex. I do accept the position.
There's a copy. Okay.
Congratulations, Fred.
Thank you. Hard to find the mute button. I changed to Chrome, so can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah.
Jitsi works a lot better with Chrome than Firefox, by the way.
Yeah, I was on Safari. I'm a Mac boy.
Do we have a Pardis?
Yep.
Yes, we do.
And for myself, yes, I accept the position on the NC for another year. I'll do what I can.
Still waiting on Pardis. We can move on to.
Yes, I accept the
Excellent.
position.
And I don't think that the DRC positions have been contested at all, so that probably just passes by default.
Same deal with the councillor. 2 nominations, 2 positions. The number of
Yep. Doesn't need a vote. Yep.
Congratulations, Pip.
Thank you.
Yes, I accept the position.
Bryn?
Wait, what?
I'm
Twisty.
just waiting for Twisty.
There we go.
Oh.
Now, and the answer is
You don't want to, but you have to.
okay. I think it's this anyway. I've forgotten a good way to represent the holder of the and I most humbly accept, at least the best I can do.
Cool. Congratulations, everybody.
So the drinking starts now, huh?
Well, we still have policies to get through.
Drunk policy is good policy, right? And I would gamble that a reasonable amount of legislation or policy drafted throughout Australian history has been done not entirely sober by the parties concerned.
There's an old saying by some civilization that you have to talk through an idea twice, once drunk, once sober. If it sounds good both times, then it's probably good overall.
That actually explains the helmet law for bicycles.
Just remember, all 3 deputy roles are vacant. Still accepting nominations for those until we're done with policy. Let's move on to continue policy motions, if I'm not stepping on the chair's toes too much by saying that.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. And we, the returning officer, will be in touch with you, and I'll also be in touch with you guys about the onboarding process. So, and also as Alex has posted in chat, we've temporarily suspended the standing orders such that we are now accepting nominations on the floor for any of the remaining electable positions, which is the 3 deputy roles on the National Council. And anyone is welcome to apply for those. Simply make it known and put in your update on the wiki, put in your entry on the wiki. And that will continue until the, well, we made the motion until the end of the policy motions. So that will be a little bit late this afternoon. Now, there are a few policy motions to go on. So the policy motions which we did not pass yesterday, there was 3 which we tabled as they were provoking some debate, and we ran out of time yesterday to formally accept or reject them. There was also a position statement which we ran out of time to address, and I have since written a new position statement for Congress to review. So I make that a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items to vote on. I'm just reviewing them.
And we'd really like to not have to extend Congress.
Yeah, let's do the straightforward. I'd like to do the straightforward and easy ones first. So my reading of John's position statement on rent seeking and bureaucracy, I'd like to address that one first. John August, are you here?
Wait.
Yes, I believe I'm here. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Yes, we can hear you, John. Now, would you like to, are you okay if we do your rent seeking and bureaucracy position statement next?
Okay, I'm happy if you want to do that next. I guess it's the least contentious thing. So yeah, go ahead.
Exactly my thinking. So as your policy, would you care to speak for it and provide a rationale?
Okay, so I suppose there's a rationale and and sort of some details there in the policy, but it came out of a bit of a review of the job guarantee package, and one of the things that people thought was worthwhile in the job guarantee was its recognition of the functions of the original CES, or Commonwealth Employment Service. And based on some research and people I've spoken to, while you might on paper say, oh, you know, these are lazy bureaucrats doing X, Y, Z, if you talk to people who actually used to work in the CIS, they would maybe interview 20 or 30 people a day and perhaps place 20 people in jobs. I mean, broadly speaking, a quite effective bureaucracy by those standards. While nowadays these private subcontractors that are hanging off the government, you know, they only interview between 10 and 11. If you arrive late, you miss your thing, and they might only, you know, interview a few people a day, and they actually get more per week to manage these unemployed people, and the unemployed people actually receive in benefits. So there's a few things that have gone wrong. And if you look at the nature of bureaucracy, Australia, in Australia like Jan Patel and people like that in Queensland, and just the way bureaucracy has in fact gone wrong. It's something that is worth talking about and identifying. At the same time, the place of government and its contribution to society and the economy is also a worthwhile thing. Now, another thing that I think it's Dr. Cameron Murray in Queensland wrote the book Game of Mates, where he's talking about how so many institutions in society, be they superannuation, the pharmacy guild, for example, there's so many businesses that are actually abusing their position, and rent seeking is a good way of understanding just how they are abusing that position. So the rent seeking bureaucracy statement came out of that, and it seemed at the time between myself and Mark Gibbons was that it was a good way of realising what we felt was some Pirate Party principles of basically acknowledging the worth of government involvement in the economy without losing our brains over it, without grinding an axe saying that business is always good, though business can do both good and bad, and it can be often wrong, and that bureaucracy is bad and rent seeking is bad, and basically to wrap it up into what seemed to us to be a quite cogent statement. And if you read it, I think it is quite a cogent and powerful statement. Whether people actually read it, get on board, or it resonates with people is a separate issue. But I think it captures a perspective on what is wrong with our world, because I think a lot of us will look around and think, there's bad stuff going on around us. And, how do we understand that? As I say, Dr. Cameron Murray, with his book Game of Mates, put a quite useful perspective on it. But I think it's useful for the Pirate Party to draw on its political resources and say something useful in the area. So that was where this position statement came from. And I think that it's useful. And, I mean, where the Pirate Party goes is to some degree a matter of itself, a matter of luck. But it seems to me if the Pirate Party says this sort of thing and for some reason either the general public or the media run with it, that would be a wonderful thing to do. And, the potential is there. Whether it actually happens is a separate issue. But we do have potentially a position statement, which I think says worthwhile things, is a worthwhile extension of Pirate Party views. And there you go. There it is. And obviously you're welcome to have a read of it in its entirety. But that's my commentary and that's my rationale.
Thanks, John. I note that you've got a camera working, fantastic, and judging by the angle, it's some kind of a security camera or other.
Well, what has happened is a friend of mine, I actually visited his office. So I drove to his place during a lunch break. And quite honestly, I was struggling with the computer system at home. That I sort of got the laptop going, but then the sound was choppy on it. And it may have been the old thing of I clicked on the thing to enable video and it enabled, but then I clicked it again within its cycle time and never actually got video to go. But here we've actually got a big screen, and it's basically a video conferencing screen and a video conferencing camera. And for whatever reason, I managed to get it to work and not press the button too many times. So, yes, I'm here and I have a working camera and a reasonable quality microphone. And this is someone's place of work or their office anyway in Parramatta that I know.
Okay, excellent. So, sorry, that was off topic. I have a question for you. It doesn't look like we've had any questions from chat. Now, I think this is quite good. Our platform has been a little lacking and promotions has been a little lacking on the concept of rent seeking and opposing bureaucracy. That's something which I've always attempted to promote personally, but I feel like our platform as a whole has been lacking there. However, I do note that I think it is a little light on 2 points which it could have pushed more heavily. And if I had more time, I would have actually come to you and proposed an amendment personally, but that's fine. Maybe we can look at that next year. So the 2 points I think it could stand to comment on is to obviously tie in with our copyright policy as we consider copyright to be a form of rent seeking. And I feel like it doesn't mention copyright at all or intellectual property. That's fine, but it would be nice to tie the platform together there. And another area I think that will be good to comment on in a holistic sense is the link between excessive bureaucracy and corruption, as I think there is potentially some ground to be had there in identifying those links as a platform. Did you deliberately avoid either of those, or was that an oversight, or would you like to comment on that?
Well, I think it's fair to say it was an oversight, and it was much more a development of Cameron Murray's perspective and sort of basically a particular bunch of economic perspectives. I guess now that you mention it, but yes, intellectual property and copyright is a form of rent seeking. But I guess at the time we sort of developed this. Also, I think part of the motivation was that, let's have something that's relatively short and I guess draws from, the CES. I think that was the thing. Here's the CES. The CES is part of a government bureaucracy. And, is government bureaucracy good or bad, or what's the position of that? And so, in a sense, you might say that was the point of departure. And then we were influenced by Cameron Murray's writings. And to be sure, I don't think Cameron Murray did actually write on intellectual property. But I have actually delivered a talk on intellectual property to the Sydney Lennox user group. And as I say, I plan to deliver one to the Sydney Mechanics School of Arts. The Sydney Mechanics School of Arts one will probably be streamed, and I'll try to bring people's attention to that. And what I will also do is, I guess, I will perhaps try to bring the links between intellectual property and rent seeking and incorporate them into the talk that I plan to give at the Sydney Mechanics School of Arts. So fair enough. But I suppose in context, I can only say it's it was a bit of an oversight. It was the direction that we were going in the origins of this particular perspective, because in a sense, you might say that our policy does actually talk about intellectual property and copyright. It doesn't talk so strongly about the nuances of economic policy from a rent-seeking perspective. And I guess for us, it seemed like that was a thing that was worthwhile to plug. You might argue that, hey, our policy already talks about intellectual property, so, yeah, I mean, maybe it's nice to say more about it, but we were plugging what we thought was a much more obvious gap in the policy, I guess.
So am I right in understanding this was a cooperative effort between yourself and Cameron Murray?
No, it was cooperative between myself and Mark Gibbons, but both myself and Mark Gibbons have been somewhat inspired by Cameron Murray. I have actually, what have I done? Have I interviewed him on my radio show? I don't think I've interviewed him on my radio show, but I've talked about his book, and I have talked about at least talked about the ideas on my radio show. So I've been in contact with him.
Yeah, so when in the last federal election, Brown and myself actually campaigned for him. He ran up here in Queensland on an anti-corruption platform for the Sustainable Australia Party. So his anti-corruption work is very good. His writing is very good, very important, and hence it was quite a pleasure to meet and work with him for that. I've noticed there is a small grammatical error in the third paragraph. There is no space after a full stop in the first sentence. I'm not sure if you'd like to make that edit. But apart from that, I'm happy.
See now.
I'm happy to.
No space up. You're saying before both. There's no space between the full stop and both. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, that's a.
I will fix that.
If John,
okay, I'll have to fix. Let's just say that the thing is, these things get edited in various different formats, and then they get munged around into web pages. The web pages get munged around into a way that fits into a wiki. So there's a lot of levels of translation along the way.
Yes. Okay, I have fixed that.
Excellent, thank you. So
shall we put the vote?
It doesn't look like we have any more questions. So yes, John, would you like to place the motion?
Okay. All right. I will. Okay. So I guess motion is to adopt the what is it? PM. What do we want to call it? Okay. Motion adopt PS1. Okay. Here we go.
So if you just type that into the Discord chat and then.
Okay, I'll do that. Adopt. PS-1. Oops. Okay, I think that's appeared in Discord. Yep.
Okay, place your votes.
And I will vote aye. I suppose that's pretty straightforward, isn't it? Here we go.
You may do so.
You're not obliged to vote in favour of your own motion.
Funnier if you don't.
I'll
I've
abstain
motions.
for politeness, I suppose, but there we are.
I'm pretty sure I've lodged a motion which I've then voted against. Some principle or other, which was a hill I decided to die on. At the time, obviously I didn't die from that motion. But I know I've been through enough cringe and drama that I may as well have. Okay.
Death and taxes.
Okay, motion started at 1441.
While we're just waiting for that to finalise, I would like to do PM4 Disaster Relief Fund next. This was, so I think, Dave, you were the one who was spearheading the desire to amend this. Dave, did you come up with a wording that you were happy with for PM4?
Not specifically, no. I'm just trying to get back to that now.
I had to play around a little bit of think, and I can't come up with anything. I think, as I said yesterday, actually we'll wait until this motion to finish before we get into it. But I'd like to deal with this one next.
Okay.
Give it a little bit longer. All right, I'm going to stop voting there. It looks like that's passed unanimously. So let's now move on to PM4. Now, this motion is to set up a disaster relief fund for climate change, added as a subsection to land management and ecology subsection of our platform. The point of contention, by which it didn't pass yesterday, was the $10 billion figure that this policy was set up. Now, does anyone want to speak to an amendment for this one?
Yes, I propose that we remove the $10 billion figure and replace it with something that's a little bit more dynamic, particularly in light of the fact that we're entering an economic depression at the current, and this is going to change the political landscape for the next decade, I think.
Okay. Do you have a wording you're comfortable with?
Something along the lines of allocating the funds necessary to mitigate. Yeah, that gets a bit tricky, doesn't it?
Could I make a suggestion in that we could also Also, just entirely remove the second sentence. So the entire thing would read, create a disaster relief fund to support those affected by climate change, particularly farmers, and to enable a timely response to any nationally declared disaster by the Prime Minister, full stop.
Yeah.
That removes the specificity, which I know some people spoke against previously because they wanted to indicate the relative size of the commitment to allow us to stake a claim. But it does allow us some flexibility, and also it allows us to flesh it out at another time while still having the position be present.
I think this is the best move.
I'd be happy with that. The alternative would be to specify it as a portion of the budget. So for example, we could say up to 15% or something of the national budget should be dedicated to combating the effects of ongoing climate change. But just as an example.
Okay, do we have any other alternative proposals? Because we've got 2 amendments there. And do we have any alternative amendments?
I'm in favour of Pip's amendment. We'll need a motion to amend it, and then we'll need a motion to adopt it as amended.
So, Dave, did you still want to put your amendment forward by setting it as a portion of the budget?
Yeah, I'm happy to remove the wording altogether and just not specify a dollar figure.
You'd rather do that? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's probably it's the most flexible choice because we can always work on that in future, and it doesn't lock us down to something tangible.
Pip, okay, so
I'll move a motion to amend that then to remove the second sentence as it presently stands.
Before you do, I'd like to speak in favour of holding on to it. Now, the reason why I think we should keep that is because it's a symbolic value, and as others have identified, we can change it if that exact figure becomes problematic. We can change it in future, and that's not necessarily restricted to a Congress either. We do have the capability to make urgent policy amendments, and so I'm in support of that. I think I think the symbolic value is important there. Additionally, as a party that is in theory looking to go into government, that we should be attempting to present concrete proposals for what we actually plan to do.
My issue with it is it's a fund, right? Like, what's the how are we if it's a fund, then how are we structuring it? Is it like the government has set aside $10 billion of its reserve bank account, to say, hey, we could drop, or is it like $10 billion a year? Is it like, I think there's too much ambiguity there. I've now decided. So I like, if it's a fund, then does it run out? Does it get topped up? If there's a commitment to continually topping it up, isn't this just a commitment to spend up to $10 billion each year, or more than $10 billion each year if we go that way? I think I'm in favour of Pip's proposal now to just remove that second sentence.
I support that. Yeah. I don't think it's wise to specify a dollar figure.
I mean, I like specifying a dollar figure, but it needs to be a bit more
flexible,
clear, I guess. if we were to specify a dollar figure, it would be, we are willing to spend up to this many dollars each year, rather than set up a fund to this value.
Okay, well, let's put that amendment motion then.
Pip, I invite you to put your motion.
Just typing it up now.
Thank you.
So if you think the second sentence should be amended or changed rather than removed, vote nay to this motion, and place your votes now.
Miles, can I ask why you voted against that?
As I said, I believe the symbolic value is important. I also think it's I think as I said, a party that intends to go into government, we have to be prescriptive about our policy changes, about our policy platform, rather. That is to say, make it clear in concrete terms what we intend to do, rather than vague platitudes. Also, I think that the amount is potentially sufficient. We are not going to be spending $10 billion. We're just saying this is how much we value this is how much we value, or rather are concerned about the risk. And I think as a fund, there is ambiguity there about whether it's on a yearly basis or a perpetual basis. We can change that as needed and adapt that as needed. We're not going to go into government and say, okay, here's our policy platform. This is the only thing that Australia is doing forever now. No, we're going to be, if we get into government, we would obviously be updating our platform in future.
All right.
I don't disagree with your desire for specificity, but I don't think we've done the research yet on exactly what specificity it should be. I'm open to putting a dollar figure in there later. I just don't think we're ready to put a dollar figure in now.
Well, yeah, we have 2 nays and the rest are A's, so I think it passes.
I'll give it a little bit longer. And then
I think we need to have a comprehensive budget, sort of saying this is what the money will do, rather than just picking out figures here and figures there. So we can state an aspiration or have a comprehensive budget, but do we really have the resources to articulate a comprehensive budget? I mean, it is a bit of an ask. So I suppose I do have those concerns, but nevertheless, I guess fair enough for Miles in his position too.
I can see that point, and I do like the idea of being more prescriptive, but at the same time, I can see that putting a dollar figure on it is a short-term approach. It's not going to withstand economic changes in the future.
Well, you can always say in 20 blah blah in current year figures, and then that allows for indexing. Okay, that's been
okay. Let's close that
3 minutes.
And now, so that passes, and the policy is now amended. So now let's place the vote to, and if there are no final amendments, I won't put an amendment forward. If there are no other amendments, then let's do a motion to adopt it as amended.
And I will.
Okay, looks like there's no further amendments. Motion placed. Put your votes now.
Just updating the wiki.
Alex, did you know there was a wiki template for a meeting log or meeting minutes?
You mean a thing up the top that says, "Hey, this is a meeting. Don't modify it."
Yeah.
Yeah, I use it all the time.
Yeah, there's meeting minutes. There's also a meeting log.
Yeah, I'll check in on that one.
Not sure what the difference is.
It might be for like an IRC log.
Oh, okay. So minutes is like someone's shorthand record, whereas log is an actual exact recording of what happened. Okay. Okay, I'll give it another minute. Okay, after this, I would like to just, I've actually got to edit this. I'd like to discuss position statement 2.
Can we
which
do?
Is not yet on the wiki.
Can we do 6A and 6B first? 2's going to be a big time sink.
It could.
We almost had 6A and 6B done last night.
Okay. Okie doke. Do 6 next. Right. A little bit longer for that one. Okay, let's close the vote there. All right, that one passes. Okay, so let's move on to section to policy motion 6. So there's 2 options here. Option 6A is to remove the job guarantee policy in its entirety. Option 6B is to remove the job guarantee policy in its entirety and replace it with a section.
Oh, sorry, I have amendments to put to that one. John has agreed to them.
John, okay.
Yeah, hang on, we're just editing things. Right, PM4 proceeds. Okay, so the motions, sorry, the amendments that I'm putting to 6A and 6B are the ones that I was talking about last night, which are just the ones that clarify the CES bits are to be retained by breaking them out into their own section.
Okay, can you update the wiki to reflect those amendments now that John
Yeah.
has accepted them?
John, if you would confirm that you've accepted them.
Did John reply to your email asking for his confirmation?
Yes, he did, and I can forward that to.
Yes, I did confirm via email last night that yes, I accepted the amendments. They're only saying, look, we'll keep in the CS. Now, my only observation is this opens up a sort of thing of, are we going to have a whole policy section that has like 2 or 3 lines in it just saying, oh, the CS is a good idea, which might look a little bit lopsided, but I accept that as being the best resolution to this issue. That maybe really what we should do is perhaps have a bit of a policy section that talks about the CS, that talks about bureaucracy as compared to this position statement. And that would be nice, but maybe for another day.
That's every so often we have to do a bit of a deep clean on the policy document just to realign things. Anyway, so context. What I'm doing is in 6A, I am appending to the motion, comma, except for the Commonwealth Employment Service parts. And in 6B, I am inserting bracket, except for the Commonwealth Employment Service parts, which are to be broken out into their own section, close bracket.
Okay, just a comment from Jed B via IRC. Policy sections that are only a few lines are not unheard of in a lot of other parties, for whatever that's worth.
Is that in response to PS2?
It's just a comment relayed from IRC. I assume so, but I'm not sure.
Okay, what I'm writing now doesn't need voting on. Because John A has accepted my amendments. It doesn't actually require a vote.
Jed has clarified that it was in response to that remark about having a policy that was only a couple of lines.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I am about to update the wiki.
So we had extensive discussion about PM6A and B yesterday, and I felt that we were about ready for a vote. But do we have any final amendments, proposals, or discussions for PM6A or B? And as a procedural note, I think the way we would probably do this is vote for or against PM6A. If PM6A fails, then we'll go on and vote for PM6B. However, if PM6A passes, then we don't vote on PM6B. Does that sound good to you, John?
Yeah, that sounds fine. I'm just waiting for the wiki page to update. I take it Alex has been editing that one. Pirate Congress 2020 motions, I think, is where he's been editing. So
yes. So hang on, I will. There we go. I'm about to paste the link.
So over parts of last night and yesterday, I've been looking at this, and additionally, I did have an idea to amend 6B, which kind of merged it together. Alex suggested there were some issues with it, so I had a look and agree, and I haven't been able to come up with a perfect solution there. I'm obviously in favour of the job guarantee and John is in favour of the CES section. We're putting an amendment to keep the CES section.
Well, anyway, I've checked out what the amendments Alex has done, so I'm happy with the motions page as it currently exists. So, I mean, if people want to suggest minor changes in wording, I might do that. But I know that Miles was suggesting sort of having links and changing the emphasis. But I would say the whole point of 6B is to dilute the significance of the job guarantee and to sort of have it, I guess, more prominent than I envisage in my vision for 6B. You know, that's going outside of, you know, what I had planned for it. And I know there was talk about linking it to the old the old policy. The most that I'd be willing to do is link to some other web page that talks about the job guarantee and another web page that talks about local exchange trading schemes, another page that talks about Bitcoin, and perhaps another page that talks about tax havens, with all those pages being external to the Pirate Party Australia website. That's sort of the most that I'd be willing to do, or maybe put that into a references section where we refer to external material which fleshes out these ideas, but we don't just do it for the job guarantee.
Well, I mean, we've got a platform page, we've got a position statement page. We could also have a series of explainer pages for things like
white papers and rationales and studies and the like. Okay.
And that would be a great spot to put Jesse's work on the job guarantee.
I'm intending to vote against both 6A and 6B. I would, however, be in favour of trimming down the rationale significantly to just one section, possibly two. The section I'd like to keep is the third paragraph headlined "A job guarantee and basic income are complementary." Potentially the fourth paragraph as well. However, I won't make any motions to that effect because they're doing that will be contingent on both 6A and 6B failing. So if either of those pass, then there's no point in me making an amendment. So
might I ask a question for people who are closer to the action than me as compared to me, where I get bamboozled by things? Do we expect to have another Congress before the next federal election?
Yes, I think we do.
Okay, probably.
I don't think that Scott Morrison is in any hurry to call an election anytime soon. The next, there should be a Wikipedia page. Next Australian federal.
Well, in that case, I can keep my powder dry, and who knows, there might be some options to do stuff next Congress around. But I guess I've made my feelings known on this whole picture earlier. And if you know someone who is willing to stand a senator, chuck a few $1,000s in, and charge forward with the job guarantee policy, be my guest to point them out. I'll shut up now.
Just a comment on the PM6A and B regarding UBI. Although I support the principle, I guess the idea, the notion of it, in practice, what we see is that whenever people are given greater disposable income, they spend it. So it like the cost of living will always rise to absorb the average the average liquid income of a household, and that's where I see the flaw in UBI is, you know, we could give them $300 a week now, we could give them $700 next year, but the cost of living will always rise to absorb that. So I see it as a short-term band-aid, not a long-term solution.
Well, unfortunately, I did actually link to an early version of my article on the Discord the other day. So I can but say that I do actually address those issues, and one of the things we are doing is removing poverty traps, which means that people always have an incentive to work a bit extra and earn a bit more. You don't have the transition between a universal basic income being something that helps people along but also encourages them to participate in the economy, and then at a later stage when there are no jobs to be had, it actually forms a top-up. Certainly in the current COVID circumstances and the current economic framework, in a sense, all bets are off, and maybe there's an opportunity for UBI anyway, but I do try to argue more broadly than just the COVID-19 environment. But
Okay.
I can but say, look, there's a big argument to be had there, and it would take a lot of time to address that. And I can only say, as a
Can we put
separate
the
issue,
votes?
we could argue the ins and outs of UBI.
Certainly. Just one more thought on that is there's people like minimum wage workers currently that are out of work, and they're getting paid almost as much money as they were earning to sit at home and do nothing. So there is an issue with both minimum wage and the idea of a UBI to support them. I'm drawing a parallel between the UBI policy and the current job seeker allowance, obviously. But yeah, just a thought.
Look,
Well,
people are being
certainly
paid
there
to
are
sit at home and do nothing because we need them
the
to.
general thing for UBI and the current approach to COVID-19 and how sustainable that is, and a whole lot of other issues which I recognise I've not really put a lot of thought into, which I do recognise.
Okay, I'd like to take this to a vote. There's still some discussion going on Discord, but John, would you like to put a motion to adopt PM 6A?
Just a comment from IRC, Jed. We should remember that UBI is essentially an optimized welfare system similar to what we have now. I think you already said this, sorry.
Similar to what we have now, except with all the stigma, poverty traps, and forced labor removed from it.
Yeah.
Look, can we put this vote? It's 3:15.
Yes.
John's just typing up the motion now.
The bureaucratic pause.
Damn those bureaucrats.
As is tradition. All right. Yes. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I think we can always flesh it out in future.
This is looking like it might be a close vote. So just a reminder, we operate, so for National Congress, the votes are a simple majority, which means 50% plus one in order for a motion to pass. And abstention, of the total voters.
So an abstention increases the total, correct?
Yes, I'm just looking up the whether we have a quorum defined for National Council. The National Congress, I think we do. Do we have a quorum?
The quorum for Congress stuff is in the online voting stage.
Okay, so
actually, it's the constitutional amendments in the online voting stage.
So in that case, an abstention won't count, will simply be non-counted. So a simple majority is just ayes and nays then for Congress votes.
Let me check that for you.
That's my reading. Okay, no, hang on. Announced motions, a majority vote of those present, which includes abstentions with the nays.
Thank you for the clarification.
That's my reading of it there, based off the standing orders.
A majority vote of those present is required for the motion to be carried.
So, that doesn't even include abstentions. That includes all members who have registered and are attending, whether they vote or not.
I don't think it passes based on the Discord votes. I think we'll have to
Let's give it one more minute.
Yeah.
Alex is just looking at the standing orders, I think.
I don't think we have a majority here.
It may be we should consider amending the standing orders to clarify that point, because I know it's quite common for people to drop in and out of Congress, registered voting full members to drop in and out of Congress all weekend, which will massively confuse that.
Mm. Yeah, it's not looking good.
Well, look, if this one fails, then there's a few more votes to do anyway.
I don't think we can pass it, no.
Alex, are you counting
Well,
votes?
there's always 6.
I am counting votes.
But it's nice to see a few people did vote in favour of 6A, so I do appreciate that.
After much consideration, yes. I still have issues, but overall, yeah.
So I want to clarify for people, this is the one that removes JG entirely. So I'm still counting votes. This one's complex.
Yeah. So I make that about 3 minutes. So I'm going to stop, call the vote there. Alex, would you like to present your vote first? Sorry, your count first.
Okay, I make that as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ayes.
I think that passes.
6 nays, 2 abstains.
Yep, that's what I've got as well. Any final comments on the vote count?
I guess it depends on how we interpret the abstains, whether they count as nays for that purpose or it's a majority of those who voted one way or the other. But I accept whatever the standing orders or the procedure is, but we have to accept that whatever the standing orders or procedures are, they will result in some results that outsiders might look at and think of as odd. But I only make that observation. I will certainly accept whatever is the outcome.
I'm going to
standing orders.
I'm going to refer to the definitions in the Constitution here. The Constitution defines a simple majority as 1/2 plus 1, ignoring abstentions. And if the standing orders edit the definitions in the Constitution also specify an absolute majority, in which case abstentions is equivalent to voting against the motion. The standing orders simply specify majority vote when they could have specified
absolute or simple.
Absolute, or when they could have specified absolute. So I think we have to interpret that as meaning a simple majority rather than an absolute majority. I don't like it, but I think that's how we have to interpret it. Or at least I don't like it in this case.
Given that, given that we both voted on it, it's a little bit difficult for us. I mean, myself as chair, really I should be abstaining from most of these votes anyway, especially ones like this where it requires a constitutional interpretation. And whatever our interpretation, this is definitely a problem with the standing orders that will need to be addressed for next Congress.
I suppose we rarely have this close is also part of the story.
No, we've had close votes like this before, I think. Just very, very rarely.
I think Mandrake had his hand up. He's still got both metaphorically and literally, so.
Oh, Mandrake, did you want to say something?
Yep.
Mandrake, did you want to say something?
Yes, I did, explaining my abstaining is a bit of a I don't care, but if necessary, I'm happy to shift it onto an I in this case, if that helps. But at this point, I did put abstain, so that's its position.
Are we on to 6B now?
If we accept the simple majority definition, which I'm also in favour of, then that would mean the motion part fails, and we go on to 6B. Do any members of the National Council want to contest the simple majority definition?
No, it's 7 out of 15 by simple majority is a motion carries.
Well, the unfortunate thing is I have a vested interest here, but no, I've tried to gracefully defer to the people making the decision. I can only say, in this sort of difficult position, we do not have the option, but the option would be to talk to an external party and get them to make the call. I don't think that's practical in this instance, but that to keep in mind for future reference. If you read what is it, Mutual Aid by Kropotkin, he talks about that sort of process being done between tribes that have conflicts. Anyway, I'll shut up there. But I will accept the decision, I guess, between the chair and the secretary who have to make that call.
I'm leaning towards an absolute majority, and the reason why that is the standing orders say a majority of those present, and the absolute majority includes all members who have the right to vote on the motion. It is another alternative way of reading members who are present.
You've almost covered this, but JedB has a question via IRC. Would the simple versus absolute majority be the best put to a vote, just so long as it doesn't split so finally again? I think you've already covered that, but
I mean, we could run a procedural motion right now to permanently update the standing orders.
Yes. But we've got to resolve the question of this vote first.
Hang on, first of all, I think
I'd point out, whatever decision you make, it might be appropriate to vote on 6B as well, just in case in future there's some sort of revision of the constitutional position on 6A. So much as I would prefer 6A to pass, I can see that it's controversial and processes might revise whatever decision we make today. Much as I'm happy to defer to the chair and the secretary, and as I say, in an ideal world, the chair and the secretary would consult with some impartial external party. But, we perhaps don't have that option.
I also have a proposal to change the wording of 6B. Something I probably should have put forward earlier, but just to remove the references to Bitcoin specifically. Because
Dave, hang on, before we get into that, let's just resolve this first. So,
okay.
Alex, which definition do you prefer, simple or absolute majority?
We could just ask the DRC to make a ruling here.
Sure, yeah. But do you lean one way or the other?
I have to say the DRC, that's something close to an external adjudicator, I suppose, in a sense. Yes, I can see the logic in that.
Well, Liam has voted on this motion.
As well as I
would be happy trusting the DRC to take as neutral a position as possible, regardless of the fact that they voted on a measure. That's what we've entrusted them with.
Now that I've had a chance to read it, I'm siding with the absolute majority on the basis that it says a majority vote of those present, and the absolute majority fits that definition, but a simple majority doesn't.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that, but I'm just seeking to understand better. The text of the absolute majority in the Constitution says of all members who have the right to vote on the motion, most vote in favour, meaning that my understanding would be that the pool of people who have the right to vote on it is much larger than the 15 who did, whereas a simple majority is only counting the votes actually cast.
Yeah.
Could you clarify that for me, please?
Yes, I can clarify that. So members have the right to vote on a National Congress motion, they must actually be a registered attendee at Congress. That doesn't mean tickets. That means they've identified themselves to the secretary.
Yep.
So,
that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah. So the pool to vote of people who've identified them to Alex would be approximately 15 to 20, I'd imagine.
Yep.
That does raise issues with potentially other votes being incorrect.
If I can, I should probably put my camera back on here. Okay, so my interpretation of this in terms of the eligible voters in the context of a national congress, which is typically held in an offline venue, is that it is those voters who are members of the party who have identified themselves and who are present at the time of vote, whether that be physically in the room or remotely. Obviously, it's a lot harder for us to verify if someone is or is not in the room remotely because they may be technically in the room, but they are not actually at the computer at the time. So we can only determine that by if they have voted or not. Therefore, in this case, the people who have voted aye, nay, or abstain constitute the pool of eligible voters. There may be other people who registered for the Congress, but they are not in the room at this time, therefore are not a voter on this particular measure.
No, I believe as chair of Congress, I do have power from the party to make a decision here. And then the mechanism to prevent against tyranny there is that the party can then initiate a vote of no confidence against me. And then immediately after that, a second vote to undo the changes. Is that interpretation correct, Alex?
I mean, we can do a procedural motion to dismiss the chair, yeah.
Yes,
I would rather make, I think it would be more efficient to make a procedural motion to modify the standing orders.
I would also say my suggestion on meeting procedure is that a rather more destructive way, not like a nuclear shell that has a range large, that has a blast radius larger than its range, but you could disagree with the ruling of the chair. What's the expression? You're not voting no confidence. You're basically I forget what the expression is, but you can deny the ruling of a chair without dismissing the chair completely. It's not a vote of no confidence. It's just saying we disagree with this particular chair ruling. So anyway,
Johnny,
there's confidence for you.
John, are you trying to filibuster me right now?
It's 3:30 on a Sunday afternoon at National Congress.
Let's just keep it going for another 4 hours. And
shut up. Order, please. Come to order.
I'll shut up now.
If I could offer something of a compromise, as it has been noted in the chat, and abstain is effectively saying, I'm not keen enough on seeing this succeed I'm not keen enough on seeing this succeed to vote for it in the current form, but neither do I want to signal to actively block it. Now, typically, if you've got people abstaining, you're trying to then find a compromise where they will either vote for yay or nay. We do have a compromise already on the floor, 6B, which may change some of those abstain votes. If I would be inclined to take the current motion as defeated on the basis that the ayes did not receive an absolute majority of the eligible people to vote for it. But then we move on to 6B, where presumably many of the people who have abstained on this first one may now feel they are able to vote aye or nay for it.
Okay, so my ruling as chair is that we go with the absolute majority definition, and after this I intend to introduce a procedural motion to amend the standing orders to change the definition of majority vote of those present to absolute majority as defined by the Constitution. Does anyone want to launch a vote, issue a motion of no confidence? I'll give it a moment in case anyone wants to do that.
No, I love you. You're awesome.
I'm confident in you as chair. I just disagree with that ruling.
Then goddamn vote no confidence. Have you not seen Star Wars?
There's always a hole somewhere in every Death Star.
This is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause and
No, you
pirates
don't
drinking.
understand. I am the galleon. I am the frigate. Okay. It's been about half a minute and there's been no votes of no confidence issued yet. So I'm going to launch a motion to amend the standing orders.
Is this permanently?
Yes.
Thank you.
Comment from Jed B. No, democracy dying to thunderous applause comes later.
I'm just putting the rationale in chat now, so it can be minuted.
Different.
Okay, so the wording of the text, it's a procedural motion to permanently amend the Congress standing orders with immediate effect such that the term the majority vote of those present be replaced with an absolute majority vote as defined in the Constitution. The rationale for this is that under the Constitution, the definition of absolute majority includes those who have a right to vote, which for Congress motions requires that they be a full member in attendance and having informed the secretary of their attendance. So changing this definition to absolute majority means that if you do not vote for a motion, but you have informed the secretary of your attendance and you are in attendance, you will by default cast an abstain vote. So Twisty, I have thus outmaneuvered you by refusing to vote. You will now be forced into placing an abstain vote. This is how this is how my tyranny expresses itself.
Miles, this is getting really messed up now, because if it's still majority vote of those present, with your rationale, are you intending for people who are registered for Congress but are away, but who are AFK, to be automatically counted as abstentions and therefore votes against the motion? Because that's complicated to keep track of. I think that's going to make most, as Deadbeat says, I think that's going to make most motions lose.
It will, yeah, so there's a legitimate risk that it will make more motions lapse. However, I think there's a logistical way to get around this, and that is that you keep a list of all members who are considered to be in attendance, and then members can choose to nominate themselves as AFK or not to you, and if they're AFK, they're removed from the list of those in attendance. Does that follow?
Yeah, I understand what you're trying to make me do, and it's too many things. And also in your rationale, you need to put that it will cause abstentions to count as against the motion.
Okay, does anyone have any amendments to my motion, procedural motion?
I would like to amend Miles's procedural motion to change the change the motion to simple majority, and to change the rationale to this matches how we've actually done it in practice.
I must say I support what Alex is putting forward there, but as a matter of compromise, first off, this chews up a lot more time, but I'd be happy for a reviewed vote based on the reviewed voting scheme that has now been clarified, but maybe people just want to accept the votes that have been made. I know we're all getting a bit tired and exhausted. I'm really trying not to chew up too much time. Anyway.
A comment from IRC, Jed, it would be simpler to just consider online non-voting to not be present, and I personally agree with that. If you're not participating in a vote, then it shouldn't count either way.
I think the minimum effort of contributing in any fashion, either yay, nay, or abstain, is a good pulse check.
Yeah.
Yes, but in the absence of an abstain, it should not be counted at all.
I mean,
yeah, I broadly agree. If someone wants to type in abstain, great, that's a signal. I think it's dangerous to count radio silence as anything.
Yeah,
agreed. Yeah.
The current line is a majority vote of those present, and that, to me, that seems a fairly strong argument in favor of not counting AFKs as anything.
Okay, yeah. So if we agree that AFKs or no responses are not to be considered as present, then I think that makes it easier to support that motion.
Okay, I accept that amendment. And here's the amended text. Any final comments?
Thank you. And the Senate.
Okay, there's no comments.
That sounds fine.
Place your votes now.
There's a comment, if it doesn't pass in Congress, then it doesn't go to members. Yep.
Yeah.
Fine. No worries now.
I'm going to abstain just for the hell of it.
As long as we're not counting...
Miles is going meta.
As long as we're not counting nothing as nays, then I'm fine.
Please don't let this one lapse.
No, it's going to pass.
Surely there aren't that many trolls in the party.
There's no nays. There's a few abstains, but no nays.
And abstains outweigh nays.
Abstains are nays. It's funny because we're voting on this very issue. Do abstains count?
Okay, I'm changing my vote to aye. Okay, this was way too much fun.
I've been justifying to my girlfriend all day. She's like, "What are you doing hanging out with those nerds voting on things?" And I'm like, "Look, it's important. We're taking this seriously. It's government. But I feel like the last 20 minutes has slightly undermined my rationale.
Yeah. We're not done yet either, because we've got 20 minutes left on the formal clock and a lot more things to do. So the next procedural motion is to extend Congress.
Excellent.
Okay, I'm going to give another 30 seconds.
I mean, not extending Congress would also actually be pretty effective at getting shit done.
Okay. I'm going to call it there. That's in favour. With all the changes from abstention to aye, that passes. All right. So with that in mind, I'm going to place a.
Hang on. I do need to minute this, so I need to actually count.
Yeah, I need to write up the next motion text as well. Okay, so what we're going to do next is a procedural motion on whether to set aside the results of the vote on PM6A. If you would like to vote again on PM6A, vote aye on this next motion. If you would like to let the results stand for PM6A, vote nay on this result on this motion.
How are the results? How are the results standing in light of the new interpretation?
It doesn't work retroactively.
Because the whole reason we've just had this vote is because we were unsure.
No, the reason we had this vote was to clarify any future inconsistencies. Because I, as chair, I believe it's in my remit to make a ruling on the interpretation of the standing orders, which I did, which meant that vote came to an outcome. Then we moved to a new vote. So now we can. So now that this new clarification has been made on the voting procedures, we can hold a new vote on whether we want to redo 6A. So there's the text of the motion. Has the stream collapsed? No, stream's going fine. Okay. Is everyone ready to vote, or does anyone have questions?
I'm still counting.
So there was 2 abstentions, which was Deadbeat and Pardis, and the rest were ayes.
And Dr. Liam. And Twisty was a nay.
So 3 abstentions and 1 nay versus at least 4 ayes.
A comment from Jed again. Question: with the standing orders amended, the chair's decision on how to interpret the vote for PM6A is now consistent with standing orders, right? I think he's just asking for clarification.
No, so my interpretation was that it was an absolute majority. Which, but we've now changed the standing orders to be a simple majority. So the next motion is whether we want to redo a vote on 6A. Question from Medrick?
All I was just saying is that currently the results are 7 aye, 6 nay, 2 abstain. Yeah, I'm guessing if the vote stands, is it based on the results, as in the actual numbers, or is it based on interpreting the decision? In other words, your decision, fail, or numbers pass. I think that's the other one. Set aside the results. Would that mean the actual numbers, or do you mean or do you mean that is if the procedural motion fails, would that be a passing or a failing? I think that's probably what's going to end up being.
Hang on, Dave. We've already got a motion on the floor. So the procedural motion is whether we want to vote again on 6A. So in the interest of keeping things moving forward, place your votes now. I'm going to vote in favour of this one because the interpretation of the voting procedure has changed and will change the result. But a vote nay if you just want to move on and forget this ever happened.
I'm voting aye for this in the hope that we can move on to a vote for 6B. We're only going to put one of 6A and 6B to Congress.
No. Voting aye to this one means we vote again on 6A with the new voting rules. So the current vote is to set aside the results of the previous vote of 6A.
Right, Satch, in the event 6A goes ahead, I'm willing to accept your amendment anyway, so that wouldn't need a vote. Anyway, one thing at a time.
All right, thank you.
Do you guys want to edit that motion now then? I don't believe you require a motion to amend a proposed policy, if it's accepted by the policy author.
Probably not. Until it's put to the party, it's not part of our policy. So, yeah, we can change it at will, I guess.
Okay, we're going to close voting there. So that procedural vote passes, and now we're going to vote again on 6A. I'll put the motion just to keep things going. Place your votes now. So now the interpretation will be. So now the interpretation of this vote will be everyone who places half plus one of votes in the motion must be in favour of the motion for it to carry. Abstaining is not considered for the purpose of calculating the majority. So it's half of all aye and nay votes.
If there are more ayes than nays, it passes. If there are more nays than ayes, it fails. Simple majority. I have just updated the standing orders.
Thank you. Give it about another half a minute. I've been trying to aim for 3 minutes, but I keep forgetting to set the timer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, it's okay, Mandrake. Alex, I've got to count. Okay, I've got to call the vote there. I have the count as 5 in favour and 8 against. Along with about 3 abstentions, I think, or 2 abstentions. Okay, so that motion fails, and we move on to 6B. Now there's an amendment for 6B. Dave or John, do one of you want to edit the wiki with that amendment?
I can. All I'm proposing is to replace the wording of Bitcoin with digital currency, because I don't think we should lock ourselves into any particular cryptocurrency.
Yeah, so that amendment has been accepted. So can someone update the wiki?
Yep.
Are you doing that? Okay, I'll let you do it.
Yeah, I am.
All right, thanks.
All right. So this is John's compromise motion, 6B. John, would you like to speak for it, or should we just go for a vote?
Well, if we're removing the reference to Bitcoin.
I guess I'm happy to go for the vote, and I'm happy to accept, the position that we should use digital currency rather than Bitcoin. Obviously, it was just something that I wrote rapidly at the time. So I guess I've said all that I really need to say about 6A and 6B, and I'm happy to go for a vote.
Okay, would you like to place the motion, John?
There's still references to Bitcoin in here.
I haven't updated it yet.
Ah.
There we go. Try reloading it now. Well, in a couple of seconds once it's come through.
Okay, good. Thank you. Yep. Digital currency. Yep. Nice. Yep. I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay. Vote is forward. Place your votes.
Okay, look at that. This is. Hang on, I'll mute myself.
Informal motion from Pip. Change grapples to grapple in the first paragraph. Yeah, that's a.
The
simple...
copy editor in me is sad.
Yeah, got it. That's just straight up grammar. I'll do that without emotion.
There's no issue there. Yep.
Yeah.
Amusingly, for a week and a half, technically speaking, all building activity in early July 2019 in Victoria was illegal because someone used a singular rather than a plural, and no one caught it.
Nice.
And then, so yeah, so luckily no one in the building industry noticed, but it was a very minor
Nice.
yet.
I make that as 3 minutes.
Okay, let's call that there.
I work for Telstra Wholesale. I'm not allowed to share the stories, but yeah, very similar problems with regard to the wording of things. It's funny.
Grammar is a trap.
Yeah.
Motion carried. PM6B fails.
Make a final comment. Actually, more like a question, really, which is that John, let's do a debate over this in a month or so. Over job guarantee, formal or informal. You pick the format. You pick the location. I will, goddamn, take you on.
Okay, so our remaining things to do today.
Well, I'm happy to do that. Can I just say something? Look, in the washout of the last Congress, I was thinking, we should have half-year policy forums. We should do this. We should do that. I think I did have the best intentions, but two things sort of torpedoed that. One was the constitutional issues we had, and the fact, was I vice president or what the hell was I? And then we had COVID-19. But I think I did have the idea that let's have a half-year policy forum so that we don't overload the main Congress, and that would be a good idea. And maybe we could still actually do that. But Miles, I'll take you on. We can debate these things in a separate context, I suppose. I accept the challenge anyway.
Yes, please. I nominate Jesse as my second, in case I die in the heat of battle. Okay, moving swiftly on. It is now 4 p.m. Congress is scheduled to close. We have 2 remaining motions to vote for.
Also the next location.
Gods and the next location. Yep, and that's not including any minor discussions such as strategy and the like. So, what I'd like to do is we traditionally Sunday afternoon will be put aside for discussion on strategy and party direction or party improvement. I propose that we let this rest and instead hold a forum for strategic planning in the next week or two, which the incoming NC will organise. That's an informal comment, just to be on the record. And instead, I'm going to motion that we extend the duration of Congress online for 1 hour to be finished at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, in order to resolve the remaining remaining policy and position stat motions, 2 of them, as well as the location for next Congress. So the remaining 3 agenda items. Let me just quickly write that up. Does anyone have any comments on that motion?
I've just put a procedural motion.
Maybe you want to.
Sorry, yeah, motion's ready.
Actually, maybe you want to amend the page so we can see these things.
All right, place your votes now, please, and let's roll through this pretty snappily.
Yep. I think it's a given that we're going to have Congress online.
I would be in favour of going online, yeah, but we'll wait until we get to that to discuss it.
Yeah.
I'll have this vote for a minute because it seems pretty uncontroversial.
Hopefully in 2 to 3 years' time, we could maybe have a physical meeting. But yeah, in light of the current circumstance, that's not practical.
Just quickly, it would be my understanding if we agree today that next year should be an online, and that if it was actually safe enough for us to have a face-to-face Congress next year, that we'd need to convene a special meeting to actually decide on the location of the following year's Congress if we were to do it physically. Would it be better to just set look, if we are going to do it physically, location now with the expectation that it will be online?
I really like the online format. I feel like there's been more participation and energy around this Congress than in previous years. And speaking as someone who's been following the Liberal Democrats and the Greens' somewhat fraught attempts at running online participation, I can say that we've done far better than both of them, and that they have, that by attempting to introduce online presence, an in-person presence as they have, they've actually been limiting themselves partly due to technical incompetence, partly due to the procedural dead weight of having to manage in-person things. So for that reason, I'm in favour of going online next year as well. However, we'll come to that item when we come to it, as it has now been 2 minutes, and let's stop the vote. So that passes. We're extending until 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Now, let's quickly race through. I see a couple of people are talking about the UBI again. So I'd like to refer everyone to the following page, which I prepared.
Yeah, Miles, the thing is, I forgot to stick PM5 in my procedural motion because I totally forgot about it. So we don't get to consider it now.
Well, I thought the text was going to be that we just extend the duration of Congress.
Yeah, no, sorry, I messed up.
That's fine. We'll hold another. Do you want to hold a new procedural motion?
Proc motion ... and PM5. The PM5.
Yeah.
I think perhaps this should go to a subcommittee because, in light of the COVID crisis, we're looking at least a decade of economic depression, and I think that's going to impact a lot on these sorts of policies. So that's my 2 cents.
I'm editing your thing because you got the numbers wrong.
Okay, so we have now, Alex. There's no deputy nomination, so that's fine.
Brandon nominated deputy.
He hasn't put his nomination on the wiki.
Okay.
It's got to be on the wiki as a record of being part of Congress. Like we can draw things out and extend it and so on and so forth, but at this point we need to just roll it on. It'll be
well, we can
hard to resolve it.
Well, we'll continue to consider the policy things. So
all right, let's stop voting there. It's passed, not unanimously, but it has passed. Now, in sequential order, let's do PM5 first. Now, if you have a look at the page I linked here, there's 3 options for the UBI. There's my original proposal last year, which was a very modest increase to $18,750, which is the absolute poverty line within Australia. Then they've had another suggestion of 24,000, which is the relative poverty line, and 28,000, which is the current level of job seeker. Now, so looking at these 3 figures, I've updated all of the stats and the percentages. There's currently a campaign going on for option 3 here, 28,000 per year, which is about 50% more than the lowest, whatever the number is. But you can see all the numbers there. I'm leaning towards option 2, I think, as it's probably a compromise between, like it's above the absolute poverty level, but it's probably going to be more palatable as a political option. So I think, given that this is my motion initially, I have to make a motion to amend it. I motion to myself, I accept it. So the So option 2 with 24,000 is the one that I like. Does anyone want to make any amendments to this? And Dave wants to put this out to a subcommittee. So if there are no amendments to this, then we'll hold a procedural motion to put this out. So does anyone want to make any amendments to this motion?
Which one are you putting? Which one are you actually putting?
Option 2.
Okay, so that's
the UBI thing.
Yep. So Miles amends his own motion to be a $64,000 threshold.
Yep.
And a 37.5% rate.
So 37.5% remains the same. The only change is $64,000 threshold. And so the table shows all the updated figures there.
Yep. That's fine. There's another line in the platform which outlines the cost.
So,
or at least there used to be an outline of the platform.
Are you talking about balancing revenue?
Yeah, in balancing revenue, we'll need to figure out what that is as well, and update it. I suggest that we can put it into the motion to delegate to a committee to figure out exactly what that number can be, and since it's simple fact finding, we can put it in the motion, and simply update it post voting. Once, because we're just saying whatever that number is, change it to that number.
Okay. Yeah, well, I accept that. Does anyone have any other amendments to make that they want to make? Okay, I'm not hearing any comments. So what we're going to do now is Dave has suggested he wants it to go out to a committee rather than voting to adopt it now. Dave, would you like to make a procedural motion for that?
Yes, I think it's something that we should discuss further. Yep. Sorry, I have a mouthful of sausage.
Can I suggest you nominate the Policy Development Committee?
Yep, that's fine by me.
Okay, would you like to write up a motion now?
Sure.
John, it looks like you're having some problems with Discord there. Is everything going all right? Ray just picked up in Brisbane.
Yes.
Such the motion you just typed, we've already done.
Sorry, wrong one. Sorry.
I would further suggest that the National Council can use its emergency powers to adopt the finalised UBI policy as soon as the PDC finalises it. We don't have to wait till next Congress. We can still put it out to a member vote immediately as well, in fact, because we can organise a policy meeting.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's what we should do.
My issue with the UBI was simply that it's kind of an arms race. sorts. As soon as you create a welfare state, the cost of living will rise to absorb the average income.
Yep. Cool. Can we make this
that's my
argument?
issue. Yeah.
Can we make this argument at a later policy meeting?
Yeah, sure. No, I'm happy to, leave it on the back burner.
Okay, so Thatch, the motion you want to make is a motion under the standing orders to place PM4 in a committee, that committee being the PDC.
Yes, thank you. Yep.
And to further request the incoming National Council organise a policy meeting to consider it if the PDC reports back quickly.
Yes.
Okay, so John, what's your motion? Sorry, Dave.
Yes. Yeah. Well, Alex put
what Alex said.
Yeah, pretty much. I'll be happy to participate with a subcommittee to discuss that, but I don't think that we're in a position to make a final statement now.
Well, look, I'm not sure it's appropriate to put down to a committee, which can then decide the rate for us, because there is very different implications for each of the three different rates which are presented here, and they're not the only options either.
That's why I think we can't make a final decision. We should leave it to discuss later, and I think particularly at the moment, given the current political climate, we're best suited to hold our cards, so to speak.
The current state of our policy is that we advocate for the UBI, but that the UBI rate being at 15,000 is now below the absolute poverty line.
It is. 28,000 is the baseline for income now in Australia.
Based on my calculations, yeah, that's the current Centrelink rate, but that is above absolute and above the relative poverty line.
Cool. Yep. Guys, I've come up with a motion for this. If we're not going to decide it today, then we should ask the PD, and we should require the PDC to figure it out, and then we can have a policy meeting if they get back to us before the end of the year.
Alex, I think your motion is redundant. The only fact we'll have is to force the PDC to look at it, which I think it can probably do anyway.
Yeah, my point is that we're explicitly delegating it to the PDC, and that's as far as, and then that, and then we don't have to consider it anymore this Congress.
Okay, is this a procedural motion? What kind of motion is this?
Yeah, it's procedural. It's under the standing orders.
Okay, I'm not sure. Is that legal?
I refer you to announced motions, commit, section 2, commit, a member may motion to place another motion in a committee. It's a bit of a creative interpretation of it, but
yeah. Yes. Okay. Where does that committee then report to? Is it not specified?
The PDC will report to the incoming NC.
Okay, but and just to clarify, the PDC will report to the NC, but that does not mean that this policy amendment would then be adopted.
Well, no, the NC would then organise a policy meeting. So the National Congress, for example, is a policy meeting, but we can also hold a standalone policy meeting. This is, this is a constitutional thing. And if the PDC get back to us in a reasonable time, we'd hold this policy meeting, shortly after they report back to us. If the PDC don't get back to us until shortly before Congress next year, then that's when it is.
Okay. All right.
I can put a slightly different motion requiring the PDC to consider it within, say, 2 months.
No, that's fine. Okay, I think I understand what you're getting at. Right. So this motion, we can go to a vote. I'm going to vote against it. I'd like this policy to be adopted this Congress.
I mean, so would I.
I think it's justified as it stands, and given the ongoing political climate and the ongoing campaigns in favour of it, it was overdue at the last Congress.
Yep.
And so thus now it is still additionally overdue. So does anyone else? So I'm not going to amend this motion though. So does anyone else want to comment or amend Alex's motion to put this UBI out to? Yes, Mandrake.
Okay, can we proceed to put an idea of maybe amending maybe the funding or whatever, just as a quick amendment, as a temporary fix, while we still chuck it to policy development to actually.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Mandrake.
Okay. So
temporary thing.
Adopt an option that Miles has put, and additionally require the PDC to consider it this year.
Yes. Well, if the PDC doesn't consider it by the end of the year, then I'll just reintroduce it to the next Congress anyway.
Fair enough.
That's redundant. Let's go to a vote, because there doesn't seem to be any more commentary. So vote nay if you want this issue to be decided now. Vote yes, aye, if you want a committee to look at it.
Panthers 4, Titans 0. Twisty, nice.
I have now voted against my own motion, thus achieving bureaucratic nirvana.
Yes. Congratulations.
You have reached enlightenment. One more abstain from Jed on IRC.
Yep. Well, currently it's 3 for 3. I got to say, the contentious votes this year have been far more polite than in previous years. We haven't lost any members yet this Congress.
You're obviously referring to Sarah from last year, aren't you?
No, she didn't leave until after the Congress.
Sarah leaving is the only reason why the NC election could be resolved.
Well,
yeah.
One way to fall on your sword, unfortunately.
Too many feminists spoil the broth? Something like that.
God damn it, Dave.
Oh, speaking of, I can't put that motion anymore. Miles knows the one I'm talking about.
No comment. Okay, it's been a minute. I'm going to give it another minute, I think.
Dave, have you been doing any more distillation?
Not since I moved here, no. It's been probably 2.5 years since I last ran the distillation, so no. I don't really have a good place to set it up here. But at least I own my own home. I actually own my own home now. After like more than 20 years of renting, I finally actually have a mortgage And yeah, so there's that.
It's a very even split of votes, guys.
No, it's 4-6. That's
well, it's 4-6-4 because 4 abstains. I mean, we did decide it was a simple majority system, so
okay. Close voting there.
It's like it works either way. But
so I make it that motion fails 6-4. Does that agree with your count, Alex?
Yeah, and 4 abstains. I'm notating the abstains.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the motion then. The actual policy motion. Any final comments or amendments?
So hang on, let me go ahead and edit the actual page as well.
Okay, it doesn't look like we have any comments there. All right, so there's the motion text.pm5, and there's a quick summary of it there, of the changes. So increasing the tax-free threshold to 64,000 while keeping the tax rate, the percent rate, the same. The result is that the base rate increases to $24,000. As you can see in the tables that I've linked, a couple of other comparative changes. So place your votes now.
Just a comment. I don't like the idea of specifying dollar figures because that changes in light of the economy and over time.
Well, that's right. So we absolutely have to also change our policies in response to that. I think it's an absolute failure of policy to refuse to take a stance simply because that stance may change in the future. No, we should take a stance that's necessary at the time and then update our stance if it becomes necessary in the future.
Fair call.
And I say that as someone who's played a lot of city building simulations and strategy games, as well as obviously having actually ran for election, more importantly. So give it another half a minute.
I guess we'll get to see PARTIS as a glorious replacement policy. So
okay, I'll make that 2 minutes. That passes 13 in favour and 1 abstention. So it's not unanimous, but whatever. We may never again have a truly unanimous vote. Do we have any updates to that?
I proceed 1625.
So the only remaining one is PS2, position statement on free speech, hate speech, and Section 18C. Moving on to the final of the position statements and policy statements. Give me 1 second to bring this up. Okay, so I'm going to link this here. Now, this is the product of today, last night, yesterday, this morning, very early this morning, and about half a bottle of Drambuie, wherever it's got to. There's a bit left over. So we got into a fairly strong back and forth over this, and it was difficult to come to a position. I think most of us were familiar with the debate from yesterday. I believe this is a compromise. I believe this is also consistent with our existing policy on 18C. Jed B has identified he has some problems with the wording. Other members have also indicated they may have problems with the wording. Some members have indicated they support this. I'm happy to take amendments, but also as a matter of procedure, that I believe the National Council has the power to issue position statements as well outside of a Congress. Is that correct, Alex?
I can check that. Sure.
So if I'm correct, and I think I am, then the only difference will be that a position statement issued at a Congress will have the power of Congress and thus cannot be overruled by the National Council.
Okay, motions of the following types that carry at a National Congress will be put to a final vote. That includes position statements.
Yep. Comment from IRC from Jed that this proposed position statement on PS2 repealing 18C is not something that we should be considering, as position statements not requiring a minimum period of prior notice, unlike policy motions, is an oversight. Furthermore, PS2 is not something that we can consider, as it contradicts currently held policy on freedom of speech and the Bill of Rights. In particular, the mentions of not regulating opinions and being against hate speech laws. Before we could adopt any such position statement, we would have to significantly restructure both policies. Section 18C is a mixture of things that should not be unlawful, such as offensiveness and insults, and things that are already crimes, such as intimidation. The notion that protections against things like intimidation are insufficient is laughable. To use but one state example, in New South Wales, such a crime can attract a prison sentence of up to 5 years. The proposed position statement points out that this whole issue is caused by tribalism and misunderstanding, but rather than any attempt to clear that up, elects to go against core values and policies, a move that will only confuse things further. What is going on here is that we have members such as Liam who have twisted their thinking to the point where they genuinely believe that censorship is something to be celebrated. We also apparently have members who, as part of election campaigns, went against party policies. Both of these things should be highly concerning. I wrote a very rough draft of a more sensible position statement last night. However, the lack of polish on both of my versions and Miles' version merely goes back to the adopting of position statements on the run. Like, policy on the run is not something we should be doing. End comment.
Thank you. I'll address the constitutionality question first. Jed has correctly identified that there is that it would be considered a loophole that we can issue we can move position statements on the floor. My reading is that it is constitutional, but that it probably shouldn't be, given the 3-day delay time for position statements. Sorry, the 3-day delay time for policy motions. Now, I've checked the Constitution, and I think I may have been somewhat incorrect before. I believe we need a policy meeting to issue a position statement. But yeah, we require a policy meeting, not necessarily a National Congress.
Yeah, well, the National Congress is a policy meeting.
Yeah, exactly. Now, so in that sense, so I believe it to be constitutional. As chair, again, that's my right to do so. That said, if you believe it's unconstitutional, you are of course free to vote against the motion on that basis.
If I could make an additional comment, since Jeb has decided to name me directly here. So as John said earlier in the Discord, government has monopoly in the use of coercive force and violence. There's a significant difference between when the government censors compared to what John mentioned in his post yesterday, where he was claiming that I was engaging in doublethink with regards to cancel culture. And I'll point to the fine fellows at XKCD for those who might not be familiar with this particular comic, but to summarize, people and platforms showing you the door because you've been a dickhead doesn't violate your free speech rights. Free speech doesn't shield you from criticism or consequences, and it does not require others to give you a platform. Now, Jeb, quite frankly, with some of the things you've said in this area, in particular, the mental gymnastics that you must have gone through to declare intersectional social justice as being racist and sexist as hell, are frankly mind-boggling and an abhorrent thing to say. Quite frankly, we shouldn't be surprised that we've had trouble attracting and retaining women and people from minority backgrounds if that's being seen as the general attitude of this party, and it would certainly make any context that we might add to the 18C removal policy ring hollow to these people who are the victims of discrimination. Now, core parts of our party's platform, as I said earlier today, are explicitly social justice issues: protection of civil liberties, protection of racial discrimination, policies with regards to marriage, etc. Some things that Jeb has said earlier in the Discord, asserting that opposition to our 18C policy must be performative, is, as far as I'm concerned, completely baseless. Yes, there is clicktivism out there, but this doesn't mean that actual activism doesn't exist. Our policy platform has a lot of appeal to people who would categorize themselves on the left. This policy in particular has been a huge sticking point for them. And the people who have opposed us on 18C here, many of these people are demonstratively committed to this through actions such as campaigning and submissions to government inquiries. They are not performative in any way. And the idea that people must be performing something to oppose to this is dismissing the actual harms that people have suffered from discrimination. Now, I will say one thing to be very clear. Our policy with regards to 18C did make sense in context at the time we originally added it to the platform. I completely agree that 18C is absolutely shoddily written with far too much room for interpretation. I'm not going to relitigate the arguments of yesterday. I do think we need to have a replacement to the existing policy that more firmly establishes the right to not be discriminated against. I think what Miles has put forward is consistent with what the party has done over the past decade with regards to social justice issues, and that it represents a good stepping stone for further action.
Thank you, Liam. I'd like to speak next unless anyone else. No one else has indicated they'd like to speak. Firstly, Jed, I consider one of your comments to be out of order. I don't have any powers to compel you to withdraw it, I don't think.
Can I place a procedural motion for a 5-minute break? The nephew is playing a movie very loudly in the background, and I need to go and sort that out.
This is a motion to change the environment of the room.
Yes.
Okay, would you
just 5 minutes.
would you like to put that motion text?
Yep,
there?
I'll do that now.
All right. While we're doing that, Jed, you mentioned you've written an alternate position statement. Would you mind sharing that on the understanding that it's a work in progress and it indicates a different direction we could go? All right, place your votes. Oh, sorry. I have just scrolled down to that pirate pad. I looked at it and saw my stuff at the top, and I'm like, okay, that's great. And then I
So
realized there was more at the bottom.
So
Okay.
Jed's is in purple.
Yep. Great. Okay. So after the 5-minute break, we can all jump in and have a read of the purple. My commenting in red at the top of that pad is just some background and context thoughts. My actual draft proposal is in the wiki link, which I made.
Okay, I think that passes. All right.
Okay, we're going on a 5-minute break. Thank you, everyone. We'll resume shortly.
See you soon.
it's time to go back. So if you can bring the stream back, please.
Yep, it's back.
It looks like everyone's here. Excellent. That went a little bit longer than intended, but I think it was a break we all needed. So resuming as before. Now, we're in the middle of yelling about something. What were we yelling about? Oh, yes. This one. Now, Jed was... we had a brief discussion. That was all off topic, so we'll come back to that. I was in the middle of... Jed, I think one of your comments is out of order. I would like very much for you to retract it. Your comment, Liam, who has twisted quote their thinking to the point where they genuinely believe that censorship is something to be celebrated. I do not believe that is appropriate to be saying. As to the rest of it, I don't think that while it's true that it is a policy statement, official platform statement under the freedom of speech section, that we do not believe regulating opinions is a legitimate function of the state, there has been a growing understanding that, or at least it's always been my understanding of freedom of speech, in that that we can take a principled approach. We're able to take a principled approach which acknowledges that speech which advocates for harm is unpermissible, and so thus we can allow for some mechanisms against that, and so that's excluding entirely the question of opinions, offence, and insult. So as I make the point in the position statement, I specifically identify offence and insult are problematic words which are liable for overreach. But I also make mention that that our intent is to minimise harm. So thus, this position statement indicates we intend to change the platform, and there's a growing movement to do so. However, it does not explicitly contradict. I don't believe it explicitly contradicts the platform. Merely indicates that we have an intent to change the understanding of our platform. Or rather expands on it. So if anyone wants to propose a specific amendment, I'd be happy to discuss that.
Just some comments from IRC, from Liam. For that matter, sweeping claims like shaming, doxing, mobbing is how they do things about people involved in the fight for civil liberties.
Sorry, just to break in for a second. This is Jeb D quoting from something I said in the Discord yesterday.
It looks like that.
This is the statement that Jeb D says justifies his claim that I am twisting my thinking to the point where I generally believe that censorship is something to be celebrated. Again, I will repeat what I said. This is not censorship. Government has the monopoly in censorship. There's a difference from government censorship to groups and individuals deplatforming. That is not censorship.
Agreed.
People and platforms showing you the door because you're a dickhead doesn't violate your free speech rights. Free speech doesn't shield you from criticism or consequences. It doesn't require others to give you a platform. It's not censorship.
Thank you, Liam.
It's other people expressing their freedom of speech.
Jed B, I'm going to set aside your comments and allow Liam to speak on his behalf. I think you've almost done that.
I think I've pretty much done that, yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to say?
A half-year policy forum might be a nice thing. I mean, I know Miles has challenged me to a debate on job guarantee versus UBI, and maybe these sorts of things would be, assuming we can actually get these two parties in some sort of amicable debate, I don't know, but these sorts of things, I don't know, maybe it's a storm in a teacup. We'll sort of basically slug it out with each other, and nobody in the outside world would give the least bit, would give a toss. But maybe there's an opportunity here to, like have something useful come out of this tension and have a better discussion, because we are going to be time limited at these congresses. So So again, maybe we'll actually pull off a half-year policy for them.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I would be
I'll say
interested.
two things quickly. To respond to Jeb D, who's just said deplatforming is when activists persuade a platform to remove a person, despite the platform and person being fine with the arrangement previously, is most definitely censorship. To which I say, you're basically saying that people can't engage in boycotts. A platform deciding to remove a user because it is effectively being encouraged to do so from its users, is it going, well, we've got one user who's causing a problem. You know what? No, he's not welcome here. He's causing problems for us. We don't want to give him a platform anymore. That is a corporation responding to a boycott. Now, I would also like to state, yesterday, Jeb, in the Discord, you stated, Dr. Liam, I would like to see your evidence of significant problems with racial discrimination in Australia, but that's a matter for the forum. I'm taking that, Jeb D, as you implying you do not think there are significant problems with racial discrimination in Australia right now. If you don't believe that, okay, but that's what I'm getting from you stating that. My feeling from that, therefore, is that I do not feel that I can have a good faith discussion with you on these issues. Frankly, I feel you are sea lioning me, and I have no interest in debating the topic with you.
So, Liam, there was a point I wanted to make, which is that the concept of a pseudo-public space means that certain spaces which we would legally consider to be private spaces have, in effect, come to be a public space. So Facebook is the classic example here, due to the ubiquitous and monopoly status of Facebook in terms of social media, as in the market share there. Facebook could be considered a pseudo-public space. So
yes, I'm aware. I wrote about this in my PhD thesis. There are concerns in regards to how certain platforms have become how it is difficult for someone to opt out, to not take part. That if they choose to not take part, that this can effectively make them a hermit, such as the fact that I do not use Facebook for anything apart from my website. I refuse to use it on a personal basis at this point in time. Now, there are certainly issues there, but again, media is not required to broadcast our opinions. You can't force, for instance, the TV networks to cover what we say. There is a point where we are basically saying, oh no, they should be forced to let us do whatever we like. It's a thorny issue. It does need to be worked out. It's a separate discussion to 18C, however.
So I'd like to just sort of go back to Jed saying he doesn't think this position statement is consistent with existing policy. I can understand where he's coming from. I think the key disagreement is over whether existing protections are sufficient to handle discriminatory or harmful speech. I think this may be at the point where it'll just have to go out to a member vote. A vote on the floor of Congress, rather, to determine whether the members at Congress agree with this or not. Obviously, there is a little bit of contention elsewhere, but I think that's the crux of it, whether the legal protections, aside from 18C, are sufficient to prevent discrimination and harmful speech. So, do we have any more comments on that?
Only that as a Libertarian Party, I think we should support the right to free speech, as always. And unless there's an actual victim, supposed hurt because somebody felt bad should not be something that we consider criminal. If there is an actual victim that has actual costs incurring from assault or loss of income or something like that, then yes, that's fine. But the whole snowflake thing, I'm totally against.
If I can respond to that,
yeah,
I feel that we do need to consider not just harm to individuals, but systematic harm that is created through the use of hate speech and so forth. It doesn't need to be a physical harm. It doesn't need to be financial harm. We certainly should not devalue mental harm, because that is most certainly not subjective. We can have people diagnosed with mental health conditions as a result of actually having been attacked. So I'm very uncomfortable with discounting mental harms, because they are absolutely real. And particularly in the light of COVID, something everyone should be considerate about.
I'm
sorry, I've had my hand up for a little bit. I'd just like to jump in, if I may.
Yep.
Firstly, I question the use of the terminology snowflake. That seems specifically like an applause light, saying which discounts,
Okay.
like
That's my fault. That's me.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'll just wind it down a little. And secondly, this is a. I'm just wondering whether we should potentially either time box this discussion or find a way to move it forward, because I don't feel like, judging from the context of what we've discussed so far, what we've discussed yesterday, and the logs, that anyone is either introducing new evidence or indicating that they are likely to shift their position in a useful time frame. So my question would be is, I'm not saying this is circular, but I just don't see new arguments being introduced to the discourse.
Thanks.
I mean, Miles introduced a new one in putting forward the position statement. Obviously, I did not win the vote yesterday, and I'm not going to relitigate that. I do think Miles has at least given us, with this position statement, a path forward, and I will support that.
I just think that as a Libertarian Party, we should have a stance on this somehow, by way of still allowing for obvious harm if there's an actual victim that has lost income or reputation or something like that. We have laws to cover that, but just merely hurting somebody's feelings should not be a crime.
So I'd like to. I agree with Jed that this is rough, and I've already identified some areas I'd like to amend, taking on board some of Jed's criticisms, and that it, rather than being a position statement, it should instead be adopted properly into our platform. However, as Liam has indicated quite strongly, and I agree also, that it is something that does need to be addressed with a matter of some urgency, and has been a matter needed to address for some urgency for some years. This is a Band-Aid, an imperfect Band-Aid, but as such. So the options in front of us now are to, at this stage, it's looking likely we may actually be holding a policy meeting at some point over the next, potentially in 6 months, halfway between now and the next Congress, in order to address the UBI policy. That would be a good time to also potentially address this policy as well, if it fails at Congress when it goes forward to a vote in a moment. So what I'd like to do now is put this motion forward, whether this position statement be adopted or not. And then after that, I'd also like to put forward a motion to close the loophole of the 3-day timeout. Now, if you want to adopt this position statement, vote aye on it. If you wish to leave it until another policy meeting or the next Congress, vote nay. And I'll take any final comments on the motion now before I put it.
Comments from IRC. The urgency is an illusion. I was already planning on starting a fun discuss topic on social justice after this, which isn't quite the same topic, but it will be spicy. From Jed B.
Okay. I'm going to put the motion now. Place your votes.
Bryn has his hand up.
Yeah, go ahead, Mandrake.
Continuing on from the spiciness, I'm going to imagine and I'm going to see a lot of carnage, and possibly it's probably going to end up with either bannings or breakups of the party. Oh boy.
That's not going to happen, Mandrake.
Well,
so if this motion fails, everyone who's interested is invited to the policy committee meetings, where this will be one of the things we'll probably be addressing. If this motion passes, everyone is invited to the policy committee anyway in order to develop a platform amendment to clean it up. So either way, we've got some policy work ahead of us.
It looks like, yeah, it's going to be tied. I don't think it's going to pass on the floor here.
I think it's looking like...
No, it is. On current trends, it is.
It's 6-2 in favour currently.
There's a lot of abstentions.
There's 2 abstentions. There's 3.
Yeah, it doesn't really count. Yeah.
Which
I don't think it's something we should waste time on. That's why I went A. Sriracha.
As I posted late last night, my preferred solution today would have been to either do a minimal shitty amendment saying because as it is, this policy statement it's a statement of intent.
Yes, absolutely a statement of intent in substitute of actually having a policy around.
It doesn't actually fix the line in the policy that is the tribal marker, which is the two words repeal 18C.
It specifically says, Jed, that that we support freedom of speech and that we're opposing overreach. We identify the problems we have with 18C. And it also acknowledges that our platform says we do not believe regarding opinions is a legitimate function of the state. So there is no change and there is no conflict to that aspect of our platform. And yes, it's a little bit awkward and very awkwardly fits into the platform, which is why we can move to fix it up in the coming months. I make that 2 minutes. I'm going to give it a little bit longer so I can have time to write the next motion.
Okay, Miles posted that.
Yeah, I make that 3 minutes. So let's
yeah, motion passes. Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 minute. Just finish this next motion. Okay, so next motion, this is to fix the loophole that Shab identified with position statements. Now, it's important to notice this is only for National Congress. This is not for policy meetings. So in policy meetings, you are, I believe you're still okay to present policy amendments and position statements on the floor. Yes, Alex?
Have we ever actually held a policy meeting that was separate from a National Congress in like living memory?
Yes.
Oh,
But me saying that doesn't necessarily mean much.
I think we can safely expect to adopt the National Congress standing orders for any future standalone policy meetings.
A comment from Jed on ISC to Alex. See now is when democracy dies to the sound of thunderous applause or a bunch of A's.
Gods.
Jed, you know my thoughts on this, as I said them last night. We've got a lot of work to do, and you know my thoughts on that repeal 18C needs to be out of the platform in those words.
Alex, we're over time. I'm taking it as no comment on the procedural motion, so place your votes now, please. I'm going to make this nice and quick. We'll go for like 60 or 90 seconds. The final motion after this is to the location of Congress next year. Now, I intend to argue that we hold next year online as well due to the success of this year. And so I'd like to hear comments on that when this motion finishes, bearing in mind that it is likely that in-person meetings will no longer be a major obstacle for National Congress by this time in 12 months. Okay, so we're still just voting on that procedural motion. I'm going to give it about another 30 seconds, I think.
Miles, I still think you should come down to Adelaide and visit again once the border restrictions are lifted, because it was fun, and I think you should. It'd be nice to hear you.
Visit Adelaide too. I know Mandrake has his hand up, so Mandrake, maybe on it.
And you too. You too.
Close voting there. That passed unanimously. Mandrake, did you want to say something?
Yeah. Is it possible that while, I know, once we finish off all this formal stuff, just as a side of a formal thing, or maybe even if we can delay the NQ a little bit, acknowledge Jed B's position, read his statement, and acknowledge this is going to be tumultuous. This is meant to be just a temporary band-aid. And will be passed on to onto policy development anyway.
Mandrake, I've already said words to that effect.
I know. I just want to have a look and so people actually see Jed B's statement or hear it.
It's been minuted and it's there in the minutes, and it will obviously be there for us to look through in the policy development committee.
This footer might be useful if everybody else did. Doesn't matter.
It's in the minutes. Okay, so the final motion, does anyone want to speak for or against? I intend to make a motion that Congress goes online next year. Does anyone want to speak for or against this? And that's regardless of the lockdown.
I'm in favor of online only.
Liam?
I am inclined to nominate a physical location that would be held in the event it is plausible to do so, just so we don't need another meeting in however many months' time to arrange a location at much shorter notice.
Yeah, so Liam, my proposal is that we go online regardless of what happens. So I'd like to make a motion shortly that we go online. If you'd like to go in person, if you'd like to nominate a location in person, then anyone is free to vote against that. Does anyone want to make any final comments on that?
I would assume that in the event that we went on online only, that would not preclude people from, having a party or a barbecue and sitting on their laptops at one person's house, or doing local things. Again, given COVID, blah blah blah.
Miles did suggest that this year, but with the COVID restrictions, it wasn't practical. But yeah, in future we can still have online meetings, but have house parties, and people can meet up with fellow pirates in their own cities and things like that.
And if we're making a formal statement that regardless of what happens, that next year's online only, that's fine. I just wanted, if there was going to be a possibility of there being an offline one next year, I just felt that we should sort out where that would be in the event it happened now. But if we're outright ruling out that possibility now, that's fine too.
So Liam, this is a vote to decide that. If you would like to have it offline, then oppose that. If you'd like it online, then vote aye. There is the motion. Release your votes now.
Are you playing cicadas?
That is probably me. I like cicadas.
Yeah, so those are in the background here.
You still in Brisbane, Liam?
I am.
Yeah, cricket.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that was pretty crazy. Okay, I'm going to give it another 30 seconds. Hello. Is that your nephew, Dave?
Yes, the 10-year-old.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote there. That passes in favour of being online. And as at the final motion, we are now over time. Typically, we would allow a little bit of time for any floor motions, any other things. I'd like to give a couple of seconds for anyone to make a floor motion, on the understanding that people will only make such motions if it is absolutely extremely urgent and critical and important to do so. Hang on a second. There is one more item to deal with. We have a nomination for Deputy President, a last minute nomination. Brandon, are you in chat here? Are you in there, Jitsi? I'm not sure Brandon is in the stream with us.
Brandon is in the chat, but perhaps not in the Jitsi.
Okay. Brandon's nominated for the position of Deputy Treasurer.
Brandon is in the Jitsi, but his mic is off.
And has put in his nomination. This will be uncontested since I've accepted the president position. Brandon, would you like to speak briefly to your nomination?
Can whoever is playing the crickets, can you please turn that off, please?
It's not a recording tape. That is legitimately. I'll put myself on mute for a bit.
Is that crickets in your backyard or something? Really? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I think we're almost done. Do we have anything left outstanding?
No, it's looking like Brandon's nomination is on the wiki for anyone who wants to read it. He was my running mate and number one on the ticket during 2019. He's also a veteran member. He was Liam's immediate successor as state coordinator and my predecessor as state coordinator. So he's another Queensland Pirate. There's quite a few of us.
Taking over.
Yes.
So the returning officer is, as is uncontested, is just asking if Brandon accepts the position. And then we can close Congress and go and get drunk. Brandon accepts. Motion to close Congress. Place your votes now, please. Can I just say in closing remarks, I think this year's Congress has been extraordinarily successful. I'm going to swear and break some of those crickets. I think this year's Congress has been extraordinarily successful. And so this is part of the reason why I want to vote for online next year, but also I think there were some hiccups with this year, which I would like to look at with a few more meetings and to really cement our position as one of the premier tech-oriented political parties in Australia. And this is a point that I've been making continuously throughout my activism and advocacy and elsewhere, that we have a unique focus on direct democracy and technology in the way we address and propose solutions to issues. This is why many people have joined the Pirates and are active and continue to remain active in the Pirates, because of how much we empower our members to participate and have a say. We are miles ahead of every party in that regard. The only ones who come close are other micro parties like Online Democracy and September Online and the Vote Flux, although they have issues.
Yes, joke motion from Pep. We acknowledge that the sky is usually blue when it's daytime. Double nay sets building on fire. Sorry.
And one last thing we should probably have before we completely shut this down, something about Hong Kong, the current protests happening all over the world involving the death of a certain person and everything, stuff like that.
And we're heading out to the pub. Thank you everyone for your attendance this year. There has been some contrafibrillations, but I believe we will, with the strength of this National Council, we'll be able to resolve them. I'll see you all online. Let's get that stream down.
Have a good one.
Fine. Can we? Okay.
I reckon let's go to splash screen for about, I don't know, 20 seconds.
I'll do that. I was just hoping to say anything about some of the things we probably should have done earlier, but let's go to splash screen.
Look,
Thank you.